This is Baseball Tonight's Sunday Night Countdown. It has been presented by Chevrolet. Find new roads. All right, got to figure out on Tuesday night where you're going to be. We've got a double dip. Anthony Rizzo and the Cubs will be in St. Louis. Huge series of the National League Central. And the Padres, who have proven themselves, at least to the Dodgers this series, to be a pain, they will deal with the Giants at 10 Eastern time. That's 7 p.m. on Tuesday. The Blue Jays, they're kind of the feisty team of the year, and they were back involved in some of that stuff today. First batter of the game, Bautista's leading off now.
Right, he's led off 3 games in a row now, and as the leadoff guy, not for the game, but he's at a homer in each of the last 3 games.
He's got 10 now. Meantime, the next batter is Josh Donaldson. Phil Hughes can't go there. A little pitch him and ditch him effort.
Just a mixer in the middle of the zone, and JD, a.k.a. the bringer of rain, is going to make him pay.
Now, as he crosses home, he's kind of staring into that twin dugout. Let's flash back to Saturday. After a ground out, he yelled at the dugout. Home plate umpire Toby Bassner said it was directed at him, and he threw Donaldson out of the game. Donaldson saying, I'm yelling at the Twins, not you. In the 5th, he's up again. He gets pitched inside by Hughes. He avoids it. The next pitch, where do you think Hughes is going with this one?
I think he's going to try to chase him a little farther inside, Ravi.
Or behind him. So Donaldson looks to the umpire like, give me some help here. John Gibbons is going to come out and argue. I mean, how was Phil Hughes not reprimanded?
Yeah, you got to get at least a warning out there, and as a pitcher inside, you're stewing because you just missed a big spot twice.
Gibbons ejected 3rd time in the last week. Marcus Stroman, Plouffe, pops out. Now, after the at-bat, Stroman is saying something as he's walking off, and Plouffe thinks it's directed at him. Are the Blue Jays just boys being boys, or what?
Well, they're involved in a lot of things, a lot of days. This is not an aberrant season.
Blue Jays win it by a final score of 3-1. We'll have the top web gems of the week on Monday. They were bumped from today's show because of the great defense we saw today. Look at Christian Vasquez on a high bouncer. One hand.
Bouncing out of the squat. No need for the glove. Take care of it barehanded. It was the only play he could make. Heck of an athlete.
That's a pretty good 5th web gem. That was a great play.
No doubt. Will Myers comes in at number 4. Howie Kendrick. And Myers, the first baseman, makes the play.
Heck of a play for Myers over there. It might have even been a one-hopper to the second baseman, but the shift gets him on the web jam.
All right, number 3, Adam Eaton. Look at how fast he's going and how quickly that wall's coming up. Wow.
And the success of the White Sox is in part to Eaton playing right field every day has really solidified that outfield defense.
More defense from an outfielder. Number 2 from today, Cameron Maben, is he will slam into the wall.
Well, it's very tough right there as an outfielder. He's running, the ball starts to bounce. He's got to start to taper off, make sure he's underneath for the catch. No love for the wall either.
And the Blue Jays did a lot of talking, a lot of chirping. They also played some great defense. Who else but Kevin Pillar laying out?
Pillar, full extendo out in Central. I mean, he's making a living on web gems alone, boys.
Outstanding play by Kevin Pillar. And great work by all the guys today. We certainly appreciate the great defense. Again, top gems of the week Monday. 2 shows, 10 o'clock and at midnight. That does it from here. San Francisco is shining once again. With Tim Kirkshin, Dallas Braden, the entire Baseball Tonight crew. Thanks for watching Baseball Tonight's Sunday Night Countdown. First pitch is coming up. Here's Dan and the gang.
Carl, thank you. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. We are in San Francisco, beautiful AT&T Park, for the rubber match of a series between the team with the best record in all of baseball. The happy-go-lucky Chicago Cubs take it on the San Francisco Giants, who are the leaders of the National League West, and will send Madison Bumgarner to the mound tonight. It's been an interesting series already. On a Friday night, it was the Cubs who emerged victorious as Chris Bryant homered and drove in 4. A tough night for Jake Peavy on the mound for the Giants. Not a tough night for Jake Arrieta. 7 very strong innings, his 8th win of the season. 8-1 Cubbies. Saturday night, Buster Posey, his first home run in 62 at-bats, his 5th of the season, gave the Giants a 4-1 lead. Matt Cain, 6 innings, 1 run, his first win since last July, and the Giants beat the Cubs 5-3. So where do these two teams rank right now? Well, they both rank at the top of their respective divisions. The Cubs with the best record in all of baseball. The Giants 3.5 up on the Rockies in the National League West. Hi, everybody, and welcome to San Francisco. Glad you're with us. Dan Schulman, Jessica Mendoza, and Aaron Boone. The Cubs have actually hit a bit of a speed bump lately. They've lost 6 of their last 10, but Booney, they've still been the class of baseball so far this year.
They sure have, and it's really no surprise, guys, because they've dominated in 3 facets of the game. You start with offense. They're second in Major League Baseball in runs per game, and it's kind of an old school American League East feel. A lot of on base, a lot of walks. The power will continue to improve as it heats up in the summer. The starting rotation has been the anchor. They've been consistent time after time, including Kyle Hendricks, best pitching in baseball. The surprise, perhaps, 33 defensive runs saved, leads Major League Baseball. It's been a great defensive club.
If they're going to win this series, though, they'll have to beat one of the best in baseball. Who's on the mound for the Giants tonight? Madison Bumgarner getting the call.
Dan, he is one of the best, and he stumbled a little bit earlier this season, but I think it's because he depends so much on his body and his mechanics. Why? Because even though he's got good stuff, it is really the fact that he's able to repeat a very deceptive delivery. It starts with his setup. You see he starts from the third base side of the rubber. See his lead foot and how he closes it off. It allows him to hide the ball from the hitter. Now look at his hips, his shoulders, and his legs going towards the first base side. That's the crossfire delivery. Even as he gets that front foot down, his momentum still deceiving the hitter that everything is going to be going away to a right-handed hitter. See where the ball is out of his hand. This is a ball. It's in the left-hander's batter's box. It's so far separated from his body, and you see the ball path and where it goes. Now this location, a hittable pitch, but because it's a ball out of his hand, it's a ball on its way to home plate, very difficult for hitters to hit.
And although he did struggle early, had a rough spring, 2 of his first 3 starts were in typical Bumgarner starts. These are awesome numbers. His last 5 starts, 4-0 with an ERA of 1.51. Cubs and Giants, division leaders, down to Buster. Buster, these two teams with very big aspirations for October.
Absolutely, Dan, and these two teams have been early season powerhouses. In the last week, I spoke with rival evaluators who say that they can envision these two teams facing off for the National League title in October. The Giants, the closest thing we've seen to a dynasty in baseball in the last 15 years. 3 championships in the last 6 seasons. The Cubs working against their own history, trying to get to where the Giants have been. Now, about the games this weekend, Giants manager Bruce Bochy said, you'd like to think that all games are played the same, but these games have intensity, no question about it.
Well, when you're a team that's hung 3 banners in the last 6 years, there will be intensity, there will be expectations. The San Francisco Giants, of course, it's an even year. Does that mean that the likes of Bruce Bochy and Buster Posey will hoist another trophy in October? The Chicago Cubs feel they may have something to say about that, trying to break the curse and win the franchise's first World Series in over a century.
Rebecca told Taco Bell she'd fold 1,000 paper swans. Brian said he'd wear 55 pounds of salmon in bear country. And Patrick, he said he'd literally do anything. Fans promised to do lots of things to bring back their favorite burritos.
Oh, I was just kidding!
A promise is a promise, Patrick. Grab the cheesy double beef or the beefy crunch burrito for just $1. Fan favorite burritos. Get them before they're gone.
The intelligent all-new Audi A4 is here.
When I have an idea brewing, anything is possible. You start where it all began. You think about where you've been. You decide where you're going. You consider the flavors. And then you bring them together to create something new. There's inspiration all around. You just need to know how to see it. Blue Moon, artfully brewed with Valencia orange peel and a touch of coriander. something's brewing.
It's more than a network and the cloud. It's reliable uptime and multi-layered security. It's how you stay connected to each other and to your customers. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions, including an industry-leading broadband network and cloud and hosting services, all with dedicated responsive support. With CenturyLink as your trusted technology partner, you're free to focus on growing your business. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Cheryl, you're ready to get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
New car what?
New car smart.
Did my mother send you?
You're ready to find out how much your new car will cost over the next 5 years.
I can do that with Kelley?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I'm the voiceover. You're ready to watch expert reviews like it's the thing you love most.
It's awesome.
Yes, awesome. Know all there is to know before buying your next new car. Get more than pricing. Get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
It's a whole new ball game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV.
It is magic.
Experience the ultimate season ticket now at a new lower price.
Unbelievable.
Every punch out, every rundown,
what a play,
and every walk-off. All at your fingertips. And with MLB.tv included, you can watch nearly 100 live games a week on over 400 supported devices. Don't miss a minute of the action. Follow your favorite team on any screen with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Order now.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN is presented by Taco Bell's Beefy Crunch and Cheesy Double Beef Burritos. And in part by the all-new Audi A4. And Blue Moon, artfully brewed with Valencia orange peel and a touch of coriander. Something's brewing. Welcome back to San Francisco. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. The big lefty Madison Bumgarner on the mound for the Giants tonight in the rubber match of this 3-game series. Let's take a look now with the Cubs starting lineup brought to you by Taco Bell.
Well, one of the best leadoff hitters in all of baseball, starting it off, Dexter Fowler. He's second in baseball with 445 on base percentage, and he's been continuing that hot streak. 3 for 5 Friday night with a solo home run. But I don't think there's a better hitter in this lineup that better represents what this Cubs team is than Ben Zobrist. The minimal Ks, working counts, and that high on base percentage.
3-time All-Star Madison Bumgarner on the mound for the Giants. Incredible numbers in October over the course of his career. A lot of success in recent starts against the Cubs. Very hot lately. It's all going to Bumgarner's way right now. After, as we mentioned off the top of the show, 2 of his first 3 starts just kind of not typical Bumgarner, and he has talked a lot through the spring and into the regular season about still just trying to get the feel of things, struggling with his mechanics just a little bit. National League hitters are kind of worried for when he might figure it out. Got a 1.51 ERA in his last 5 starts as he starts Dexter Fowler with a strike. The almost was going to be an Oriole, but then decided to re-sign a 1-year deal with the Cubs, and aren't the Cubs happy that he did? After all the success he's had in the first 6-7 weeks of the season, the injury to Kyle Schwarber, allowing Jason Hayward, who's out with an injury right now, but allowing him to play his natural position in right field. And as Jess mentioned, getting on base like crazy. It is just a beautiful late afternoon here in San Francisco. The flags are blowing out. Always a little bit breezy here as the fastball misses low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
We expected some clouds, a lot of cloud coverage much of the day. Of course, with the sun out, the shadows could certainly become a factor as we get into the next couple of innings, and that hitter will be in the shadows eventually.
2-2, chop back to the mound. Easy play for Bumgarner. Low throw, though, as he bounces it, and Belt digs it out. And Bumgarner very frustrated with himself.
Just perhaps a little bit too casual here. Little chopper that he does a good job of being in position, and then just doesn't really get in his legs. Stays up, and fortunately Brandon Belt, who's an outstanding first baseman, makes a pretty good backhanded pick there to save a disastrous start to the night for the Giants.
So 1 down here in the top of the first, and they play Anthony Rizzo to pull. The left-hand hitting Rizzo, who's been really good against lefties each of the last 2 years, has struggled so far this season against lefties, hitting just 167 against them. He is hitting in the 2 spot. Remember, no Jason Hayward. We talked about the injury, so he would normally hit second. Rizzo would normally be 4th, but with no Hayward, Rizzo hitting 2nd. Joe Maddon hoping to get him some pitches to hit with Chris Bryant behind him.
Yeah, with him struggling and drawing a tough matchup lefty on lefty with Bumgarner, you figure Zobrist maybe nets Chris Bryant a couple of good pitches over the course of the night.
And away out in the outfield grass, Joe Panik will make the play. Well, we mentioned the Hayward injury a couple of times already. Let's show it to you. It was a spectacular play made by Jason Hayward on Friday night. Bruce Bochy said he has never seen anybody catch a ball way out there in Triples Alley. Hayward crashed head first into the wall. Joe Maddon told us before the game he ran out to see Hayward, and he was worried about head, neck, something like that. It turned into a bruised rib, a tissue injury on his right side, and Hayward is expected back later in the week. Very good news.
When you saw him come up, I mean, I remember seeing it live, and you thought for sure it was a more serious injury, especially how he went into the wall. So a lucky break in the sense for the Cubs, the fact that it is only a contusion, and he'll be back this week.
2 down in the inning, and the batter is Chris Bryant. A check swing foul off. And it's 0-2 on Bryant, starting at 3rd base tonight. He's also gotten a bunch of starts in left field, some in right field as well. His versatility has been a huge key for the Cubs this year. And he's homered in each of the last 2 games. He's got 9 home runs, 31 runs driven in on the season already. Pretty good 1-2 punch with Rizzo and Bryant, both very productive hitters.
You guys were talking about how Bumgarner's looking to get a feel. It was interesting. He was the first Giant out on the field easily. The rest of the Giants are actually still in the dugout, and he took extra warm-up pitches before tonight's game started.
You know, it's hard to quantify what a pitcher means when he says, I just don't have the feel, or the ball's not feeling right coming out of my hand. But boy, the numbers back up that he's doing pretty well the last 5 starts as he bounces the breaking ball and it hits the back foot of Bryant.
Well, that's the first curveball we've seen from Madison Bumgarner on the night. He'll use it at times as a first pitch to try and flip it in there for a strike. But then with 2 strikes, we saw him try and get the high fastball past Bryant. Then he tried to back it up by bouncing this breaking ball. Bryant wasn't at all fooled. And as you can see, just hits him on the toe there. And a 1-2 count turns into a base runner now for the Cubs.
And a base runner for a very hot hitter. And Ben Zobrist signed a 4-year deal in the offseason to become a member of the Cubs. And he has outstanding numbers, limited sample size, but outstanding numbers against Bumgarner. 5 for 6 in his career. He's hitting for power, hitting for average, drawing walks. He's a switch hitter. Just helps a team in so many different ways.
You know, one thing about Bumgarner is Jess talked about that crossfire. Such a difficult thing for a hitter to just consistently pick up the ball, and it I think just destroys the timing of a hitter. But one thing I've noticed with Bumgarner this year is he is dominating the outside part of the plate to right-handed hitters, and normally he's so good at getting in and working the cutter in on the hands, but this year I feel like he can get a strike down the way whenever he wants it.
Sharply hit into left center, a base hit for Zobrist. On his way to 3rd on the long single is Bryant.
Here is a look at that motion as Ben Zobrist continues his hot hitting and continues to really own Madison Bumgarner. He tried to climb the ladder here and go up around the letters as you see that crossfire, and this pitch intentionally thrown up around the letters. Bumgarner got it where he wanted, but Zobrist, one of the few guys that really sees the ball well, rockets that ball up the middle. Bumgarner put his head down right away like, man, this guy's got my number, and that's something to keep an eye on going forward. Gets behind in the count to Bryant, maybe it'll net him a good pitch.
So Zobrist now 6 for 7 in his career against Bumgarner as Jorge Soler steps in for the Cubs. Runners on the corners, 2 down. Soler 5 for his last 12 after going through an extended slump that had cost him some of his playing time. That's why Joe Maddon, with all the versatility that the Cubs have, and he likes to move the pieces around. So Bryant would play the outfield, Javier Baez would play third, Soler would not be in the lineup, but now Hayward's out. But they do have depth, versatility, so Joe Maddon can always put together a good looking lineup. So they're hitting .204 on the season as he swings through that high fastball. Basically the same pitch that Zobrist was able to get on top of.
And this just shows the difference when you see Jorge Soler and his swing versus Zobrist's swing. You can tell that it's hard to pick up, and you see the mechanics of this pitch. It starts as a ball, comes back over up in the zone, and you can see Posey, he wants it up in the zone. This is a pitch they've consistently gone to, especially these right-handed hitters. And I can tell where Madison has talked about what he told Buster as well, as far as not feeling completely on with his mechanics. And you'll see on some of his pitchers, we saw it with the curveball, we saw it with his last one. It's just the fact that he'll kind of fly open with his front side a little bit too soon. He'll get around some of these pitches. And when he is able to be consistent and hit low and away, like you mentioned, Booney, and then come up and in with that fastball, that's when you start to fear him.
But a hit by pitch, a base hit, and a walk have loaded the bases with 2 outs here for the Cubs.
And this is where, when he is on, he's commanding. And you see his mechanics. He's got that crossfire. That ball is so far away from his body, out of the hand right there. That is a ball automatically. So he's not going to get a lot of chases unless he brings this pitch back out of the zone. Look at from the hitter's vantage point. Look at where that's released. That looks like it's going to be a ball. You see the reaction from Soler. If he gets that for a strike, he's looking and he's back at the dugout. But because it's a ball, he wants no part of it.
In there with a strike to Addison Russell. Bases loaded, 2 down here in the top of the first inning, and Russell has been a very productive hitter. You can see 28 RBIs, 26 RBIs in his last 31 games for a guy who hits down in the lineup, generally 7 or 8. He's hitting in the 6th spot tonight for the Cubs. Down and away, a ball and a strike. Looked like it might be a quick and easy inning for Bumgarner. Got Fowler on a ground out, got Rizzo on a ground out, was ahead of Bryant 0-2, and then hit him with a pitch, and that's where the trouble started. And now the pitch count has climbed, and the Cubs threatening to do some damage against him here in the first. Out of play.
And Dan, even though Zobrist has had Bumgarner's number as far as seeing him pretty well, I don't think there's a better hitter right now for the Cubs with runners in scoring position, runners on base, than Addison Russell. He has just been hot. I talked to him before the game, and he said, for some reason, I hone in, everything calms down. These are the situations I want to be in.
3 for 6 this year with the bases loaded. 1-2. Taken just low.
And that's another great look at the maturation process of Addison Russell. 21 walks to go with all those RBIs. This is a 1-2 pitch with the bases loaded. That's tempting at the bottom of the zone, but he recognizes it early. Looks like a little cutter, and is able to spit on that pitch easily.
Bounces in a curveball. The count is full. There's a lot of murmuring, a lot of noise in the ballpark right now. Kind of a combination of fans trying to help Bumgarner out and nervous fans as well. And of course, and you see this everywhere, a smattering of Cub fans here. They find their way around the country into ballparks. They're all over the place. And there's a fair bit of blue in the ballpark tonight. Big pitch coming here in the very first inning. Runners go. Chopped foul.
.26 pitches now for Bumgarner, and you see there with his back against the wall a little bit, he goes to what's been a bread and butter spot. That down the way, he went with the cutter there to the outer half. That's a pitch this season that he's felt really comfortable going when he needs to get a strike.
Three-two again.
You know, Booney, I feel like if he can locate that pitch on that bottom corner of the outside part of the plate, that is a tough pitch for Russell to hit. You saw him weakly foul it off. If he gets it up in the zone, I think that's when it becomes a more hittable pitch. But if he can locate and command that lower half, especially against Russell right now, he gets him out.
A lot of drama here in the top of the first. Bumgarner in a real battle with the Cubs early. 8th pitch of the at bat. And the inning is over. He had to work hard, expend a lot of energy, but Bumgarner gets out of it.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Introducing Otezla, a Premolast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. Some people who took Otezla saw 75% clearer skin after 4 months. And Otezla's prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't take Otezla if you are allergic to any of its ingredients. Otezla may increase the risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Side effects may include diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla. Show more of you.
Take your time, take your time, take your time. No need to hurry. Take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. No need to hurry. No slipping, no sliding.
The Corona can always finds its beach.
The Cubs leave the bases loaded in the top of the first. We go to the bottom of the first here in San Francisco. No score in the game as we take a look now with the starting lineup for the Giants, brought to you by Taco Bell.
Well, it starts with Denard Span, one of the offseason acquisitions. He's been outstanding in the leadoff position, works the count, getting on base at his highest clip since 2009. And then you go down to Brandon Belt, having another outstanding season, another step in his career development. 421 on base percentage is 6th in Major League Baseball. More walks than strikeouts for Bell.
On the mound tonight for the Cubs, right-hander Kyle Hendricks. He is 2-3 with a 3.51 ERA through 7 starts. Has not had a lot of run support. He's got good control, keeps the ball down, gets a lot of ground balls. Coming off his start in which he gave up 4 earned runs in 5 1/3 against Milwaukee. On Tuesday, Joe Madden saying, though, he was great for 5 innings and didn't even really get hit that hard in the 6th. They've got a pretty good amount of confidence in him. As the shadows creep up towards the plate, Denard Span leads it off for the Giants and looks at a strike. Span, a newcomer to the Giants this year, signed as a free agent in the offseason. Fouls it off at a quick 0-2 count. After Span, it'll be Joe Panik and then Matt Duffy. The Giants are 6th in the National League in runs scored. Cubs are 1st. Cubs are scoring 5.7 runs per game this year. Giants are 6th at 4.4. Both teams, though, will battle. They'll draw walks, extend at-bats. Their strikeouts are not high at all from an offensive standpoint for either team.
You're going to see Hendricks consistently go after that lower half of the strike zone with that sink fastball that's really going to look more like a bowling ball. Not a lot of run, more down movement, and then he'll follow that up with a changeup that he can also run and manipulate to cut it as well.
Reaching for it, he pops it up back of short. Drifting back is Russell for the out. Well, it is as nice a ballpark as you'll see anywhere in baseball here by McCovey Cove, AT&T Park, and it's always full and it's always lively. They love their Giants, and their Giants are playing well right now. They've won 9 of their last 10, had an 8-game winning streak, snapped on Friday night, came back with a win last night. If you can't get a seat, you can canoe or kayak or however you want to get here. Shouldn't like Dallas Braden be out there doing something right now? Wouldn't he be great out
He's
there?
probably going to pop out at any moment.
He's already been out
He's
there.
been out there, right?
Oh, yeah. He was out there on the boat this weekend already.
Maybe some scuba gear. He'll just show up in the cove.
He said the water temperature was 52 degrees.
Which is cold.
You know, you can find that kind of thing out before you get in the water, actually.
Yeah.
They don't seem to mind.
No, that's wetsuit material.
Yep.
Cubs fan out there in the kayak. I mean, it is a great look at Hendricks.
Wow.
Cubby Bear's here.
He's warm. I think that's Braden.
Could be.
Fastball outside to Panic. The ball in 2 strikes.
All right, now we've seen all pretty much sinkers and changeups from Hendricks. There's the first 4-seam fastball at 90 miles an hour right there. Straightened it out, tried to just dot it on the outside corner, but now he'll probably go right back to that changeup or that sinking fastball at the bottom of the zone. We tried to go a little Greg Maddux with the front hip, start it and bring it back. He didn't get enough side-to-side action on it. He is very good at getting north and south action on that very good sinker, why he gets all those ground balls.
Cubs had a remarkable streak snapped in last night's game. Their starter had gone 5 or more innings in every game this season until John Lester did not get out of the 3rd inning last night. But their starting pitching has overall been exceptional. Best collective ERA in baseball. There's a swing and a ground ball fair down the right field line over the bullpen, where it sticks before Matt Caesar can pick it up and get it back in. It's a double for Panic.
Panic does a good job with this changeup. Watch him just kind of keep the barrel in the zone. The pitch kind of running away from him, and he gets his barrel out enough, kind of gets around it. He's able to drive it down the line for a double. And that's something Hendricks, if he's going to use that changeup, especially the one that runs away to these lefties, going to make sure to get it off the plate enough to where Panic can't get a barrel on it.
Here's Matt Duffy now, runner-up for Rookie of the Year last year behind Chris Bryant of the Cubs. Has not been able to duplicate the kind of success he had a year ago. Hit .295 last year, hitting .237 now. At home, much better, but struggling lately. 7 for his last 46. He's hit in a bunch of different spots in the lineup. Remember, no Hunter Pence in the lineup tonight for the Giants. He's got a bit of a nagging hamstring issue. So Gregor Blanco's getting a start in right, and Matt Duffy is hitting in the 3 spot, which he sometimes does even when Pence is in the lineup.
And Bruce Bochy thought he'd probably, Hunter Pence that is, certainly be in the lineup tomorrow and available off the bench tonight, but just wanted to give it one more day. There you see the approach of Duffy, struggling a little bit, as you said, Dan, trying to kind of work that ball up the middle the other way, especially with a runner in scoring position. And he actually gets a pitch he probably should have done a little more. This is a sinking fastball that stays up and stays flat, and he's just, see the approach, he's trying to work it the other way, maybe just a little bit late and a little bit under that. That's a pitch he'd probably like to have back.
Down and away, ball 3. We mentioned this great Cub rotation. The guy right at the front of that rotation, Jake Arrieta, is going to join us for an interview live during the ball game tonight. Scheduled for the top of the 3rd inning. The 3-1, a swing and a fly ball in the air to shallow right field. Caesar coming on to make the catch for out number 2, and that'll bring up Buster Posey. A guy who's accomplished so much in his career already with the Giants, individually and as a big part of 3 World Series championship teams. Hit a home run in last night's game, his 5th of the season. He has not had a typical start to the year. He's hitting under 200 with runners in scoring position. The home run was his first in 62 at bats. He says he's not grinding about it too much because the team is doing so well, and you get a feeling at the end of the year the numbers are going to be very Posey-like, as they always seem to be.
Yeah, and that's the beauty. You're sitting there in first place, you're playing outstanding, and you know, your best player, your MVP, really hasn't got on track yet offensively. A great sign for the Giants early.
Hendricks falling behind some hitters here as it's now 2-0 on Posey.
I feel like these teams similar in a lot of ways, but even with the Cubs and Rizzo, I mean, you think about how exciting both of these teams have been individually, but their best players, especially offensively, have yet to get hot. When you think about Posey, the big home run he had last night, and Rizzo, his bat's starting to come along, but both these teams, I think, are only going to get better as the season progresses.
3-0. And will Bruce Bochy turn him loose, give him a chance to swing the bat here with a runner in scoring position.
This is all on Buster Posey here. If he wants to swing, he'll have the green light. Just this will tell you where he is from a comfort standpoint in that box and how he's seeing it so far off Hendricks.
On the outside edge, 3-1. Posey before that pitch twice looked down to Roberto Kelly, the third base coach, and as you say, Aaron, Kelly wasn't even looking at him. This was entirely up to Posey whether or not he wanted to swing.
And I think he was swinging. I think that ball started off the plate away and ran back to that outside corner, and he.
Ball 4. So just like Bumgarner in the top of the first, Hendricks throwing a lot of pitches here in the bottom of the first. And with 2 men on and 2 outs, the batter will be Brandon Belt, who in limited at bats has had a lot of success against Hendricks. 3 for 5, including a triple and a homer. Hitting .294 on the season with an on-base percentage of .421. His walk rate is way up this year, as he takes way inside of the belt, ball 1, and Hendricks is really searching for his command right now.
Yeah, just 9 walks in 41 innings coming into the season. So far, still feeling it looked like that was a cut fastball that ran off the plate in, but there's the great downward action. So much better when he gets more north and south with that 2-seam fastball. You see it just kind of dive and dart. You see David Ross kind of give a nod of the head like, yeah, that's what we're looking for right here. That's the one we want.
Joe Madden said it was before the game, if you see 89 on the gun on that 2-seam fastball, Hendricks will have a good night. Little squibber toward third. Tough play. And out at first is Belt. Chris Bryant with a terrific play at third to get Belt and end the inning. The Giants will leave a couple of men on, so both teams threaten, but neither team scores. No score at the end of
1. Cheryl, you're ready to get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
New car what?
New car smart.
Did my mother send you?
You're ready to find out how much your new car will cost over the next 5 years.
I can do that with Kelley?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I'm the voiceover. You're ready to watch expert reviews like it's the thing you love most.
It's awesome.
Yes, awesome. Know all there is to know before buying your next new car. Get more than pricing. Get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
We're always up for a new challenge. We take pride in every project and every square foot. With Kubota's full lineup of subcompact and compact tractors, we tear down, build up, and create landscapes. We plant, grow, and harvest. We are Kubota. This is what we do.
If you're going to make a statement, make sure it's an intelligent one. The all-new Audi A4 with available virtual cockpit.
You can't always be there to protect her down the road. Make sure the tires she's riding on will. With the revolutionary Michelin Premier tire, even when half worn, it's still safe, thanks to EverGrip technology. The Michelin Premier tire, safe when new, safe when worn.
It's true what they say. Technology moves faster than ever. the all-new Audi A4 with Apple CarPlay integration.
A nation rose up as one to defend the North. And the battle for the East is just heating up. The Eastern Conference Finals, Cavs, Raptors, Game 4 tomorrow.
Underway here in the top of the second inning in San Francisco. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Got a good one. The Cubs and the Giants scoreless. As we go to the second, that's Caesar just off the DL. Had a hamstring issue. Takes a strike, and now Bumgarner back with a fastball outside for ball one. With Jason Hayward out for a few days with that bruised rib that we showed you the play last inning. The Cubs activating Caesar. They designated for assignment relief pitcher Neil Ramirez as they get back down to 12 pitchers, looking for another position player, a little more depth. After Caesar, David Ross, and then the pitcher Kyle Hendricks here in the second inning for the Cubs, who own baseball's best record at 29-12 despite losing 6 of their last 10.
Now you see the shadows starting to creep over the Cubs hitters right now, and we talked about earlier the deception that Madison Bumgarner already has with the angles he creates, but now you're pitching from sun to shadow. Has another layer of difficulty. Definitely don't want to be in the batter's box right now.
Here's the 2-2. And this time a good throw by Bumgarner to first. Well, you don't want to be in the batter's box right now. You don't want to be in the batter's box against Bumgarner in October. He has been unbelievable in the World Series. As a rookie in 2010, won a Game 4 with 8 shutout innings against Texas. Won Game 2 against Detroit in 2012 with 7 shutout innings. And then he topped all of that and then some in 2014. 2-0 in 2 starts, and then that remarkable 5-inning save in a Game 7. So if you're adding it all up, those are his postseason numbers. A 103 lifetime postseason ERA. But just specifically looking at the World Series, he's pitched 36 innings in the World Series in his career, and he's given up 1 run. When the stage is the biggest and the lights are the brightest, he has delivered, been a big part of 3 of those rings coming to the San Francisco Giants. It really is remarkable.
I don't know if there's ever been a better postseason performance on the mound than in 2014, especially when you consider all the rounds, the dominant wild card outing against the Pirates on the road. And I don't know if we'll ever see one going forward as dominant as he was, to go in and on the 2 days rest and pitch 5 innings in the clincher on the road in Kansas City. You know, something I'll never forget.
He threw 52 2/3 innings in the playoffs in 2014. You know, you and I were doing the game for ESPN Radio, and you're sitting there. So Hudson's out of the game, and Affelt comes in the game, and Affelt gets, I think he goes 2 1/3, something like that. And then, you know, you and I are talking on air and off air. Well, you know, will he come in? When will he come in?
And how long can they go with him?
So, you know, the thinking is, well, maybe he comes in for the 7th or the 8th. He bridges the gap to Casilla as David Ross lines the ball into center field for a base hit. And then he comes in for the 5th. And everybody's like, what's going on, man? And then you start thinking, okay, well, when are they going to take him out? Who's going to pitch after? There was nobody pitching after him. He was the middleman, the setup man, and the closer in Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah, and really probably the Kansas City Royals are looking at back-to-back titles right now.
Yeah.
If it's not
and
for Madison Bumgarner.
How close they were. I mean, you talk about having a nemesis and someone that you think about on a daily basis. Imagine that team and how close they were to finalizing a championship really in their hometown until that guy took the mound. And he kept thinking, is he going to come back the next inning? Is he going to come back the next inning? He's 6'5", 250 pounds. He's built to be able to be continuing as he did in 2014.
Let's see if Hendricks is bunting here. Runner at first, 1 out. He squares and he gets it down. Bumgarner up with it, snaps a throw to second, and they still will get the out as Crawford was able to get back on the base on the wide throw just before Ross got there.
Well, it's a good decision by Bumgarner. He knows who's running, and he decides early that he's going to come up throwing to second base. Doesn't even really have to look. He obviously doesn't make a good throw, and Ross makes a mistake here because he assumes the catch, so then he doesn't slide. I think if he goes hard all the way and just slides into the base, he probably beats Crawford back in tagging the force there. It's a good choice. Just didn't get his feet around and set, and that ball sailed on him.
So it goes as a fielder's choice. Hendricks is at first with 2 down now. Bumgarner bouncing a throw to first in the first inning and sailing a throw to second here in the second inning, but both have resulted in outs. And with 2 down, back to the top of the order for Dexter Fowler. Ground ball to short. And the inning is over. No runs, a base hit, and a man left. No score going to the bottom of the second.
How's the training going?
Have a garden? Then you know. Weeds are low-down little scoundrels. Draw the line with Roundup. The Sure Shot wand extends with a protective shield to target weeds precisely and kill them right down to the root. Draw the line with the Roundup Sure Shot wand.
This just got interesting. So why pause to take a pill? And why stop to find a bathroom? Cialis for daily use is the only daily tablet approved to treat erectile dysfunction, so you can be ready anytime the moment is right. Plus, Cialis treats the frustrating urinary symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently, day or night. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain or Adepis for pulmonary hypertension, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or any symptoms of an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis for daily use. Insurance coverage has expanded nationally, and you may now be covered. Contact your health plan for the latest information.
Because we're all fans, and this is what we do. Get your favorite gear, anything and everything, at MLBshop.com.
Welcome back to the San Francisco area, one of the many great tourist attractions here, Alcatraz. Great audio tour. You've done it, Jess, but Aaron, you have not done it?
Nope. So we're going in July, right?
We're going in July.
All right.
We're here in July, right after the All-Star break.
Right before the All-Star break.
We might keep
Right before
Aaron
the All-Star break.
Yep.
Aaron might not leave. We might lose Aaron.
Lock me up.
Well, they get their hands on Braden. That's a whole other story. Bottom of the second, no score here at AT&T Park. Brandon Crawford, Gold Glove and Silver Slugger Award winner last year. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. 0-2, rather. And after Crawford, it'll be Gregor Blanco and then Madison Bumgarner. The pitcher hitting in the 8th spot, as Bumgarner often does for the Giants, especially when Angel Pagan is healthy. He'll bat 9th, kind of that back-to-back speed and leadoff hitter situation. Close pitch misses just inside.
And you saw Hendricks there kind of shake his head a little bit like, I executed that pitch the way I wanted. K-Zone had it running back and catching that inside corner.
I mean, because he's a pitcher, he's not going to blow it by these hitters. He lives and dies on the location of where he sets up these pitches, and to come up and in to Crawford there, knowing that his best pitches are low in the zone, that's a pitch he wants called.
And a swing and a miss. First strikeout of the night for Hendricks. Well, with the Eastern Conference Finals and the NBA taking center stage tomorrow night and Wednesday night, we've got a doubleheader of baseball for you on Tuesday night. You'll see the Cubs again. They are in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. Always fun when those two get together. And you'll see the Giants again in the late game as they host the San Diego Padres. 1 week from tonight will be at Citi Field for the Dodgers and the Mets. And if things keep looking like they're looking, our pitching matchup 1 week from tonight will be Clayton Kershaw and Bartolo Colon. Blanco pops one up behind the plate. Ross back to make the catch. 2 down. Kershaw is scheduled to start for the Dodgers tomorrow. We mentioned it last week. 88 strikeouts and 4 walks. An incredible year for Clayton Kershaw. He can solve just about everybody except this guy. Madison Bumgarner's got a couple of home runs off Kershaw in his career and has 10 home runs in 166 at bats since the beginning of the 2014 season. He might be hitting too low in the line.
He probably thinks so.
He does think so. Bruce Bochy will tell you that. 6'5", 250, and when he squares one up, it goes.
I love that he's got a leg kick. I remember just talking to him, and he used to be someone that just up foot, down foot, like, you know, a pitcher trying to hit. Now he knows he's got the power. He gets into his legs. 250 pounds. He doesn't even need the leg kick.
And Hendricks isn't pitching Bumgarner like he's a pitcher. He's pitching him like he's a dangerous position player. He's fallen behind 3-0. And he had the green light. He chose to take it, but he had the green light, 3-0.
Not many pitchers getting the green light there.
He might have given it himself to him.
And he went cutter because Hendricks was thinking along those lines, said, all right, I'm going to start this pitch on the outer half, and I'm going to cut it to hopefully get you to get some weak contact. A good job of holding up.
Swing and a miss, 3-2.
Follows up that cutter with a little sinker. They wanted to go away with it. You see it drift back over the heart of the plate. Pretty good pitch to hit, but so much downward action that Bumgarner swings over the top.
Right in on his hands as he fouls it off, and he needs a new bat. Well, let's show you what we talked about a moment ago, the home runs that he has hit off Clayton Kershaw. How many position players would like to have this kind of success against one of the game's greatest pitchers? Kershaw can only smirk. That ball hit a mile last year. This is this year, and he does it again. Look at the reaction by Kershaw.
Both those times they were trying to come in hard, in on the hands of Bumgarner, leave it out over the plate, and that's where he is incredibly dangerous.
3-2 again, and a high fly ball to right center field, not deep. And Fowler there to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. No score through 2. Bumgarner back to the mound, and we'll visit with Jake Arrieta when we come back.
Alice, you're back. From Disney. It's that girl again. In 5 days, the movie event of the summer is a wondrous 3D spectacle. Don't be late. Alice. Rated PG. In theaters Friday. Get your tickets now.
What did you do before typing was as easy as talking? Before you had 2 cars in one? Before fast became an understatement? What did you do before the most advanced BMW 5 Series ever? We only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine. Right now, lease a BMW 528i sedan for as low as $499 a month.
My experience with USAA is awesome. Homeowners insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance. I spent 20 years active duty. They still refer to me as gunnery sergeant when I call. Being a USAA member, because of my service in the military, to pass that on to my kids, something that makes me happy. My name is Roger Zapata, and I'm a USAA member for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Get an insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
No scores. We go to the top of the third back here in San Francisco. The Chicago Cubs, the opposition, and what a few years it has been for them. A new management team. Theo Epstein, the president. Jed Hoyer, the general manager of the Cubs. They came to the organization in 2011. Only 2 players on the major league team now were in the organization prior to the arrival of Epstein and Hoyer. That's Javier Baez and Matt Caesar. Three players, Chris Bryant, Jorge Soler, Hector Rondon, who was a Rule 5 pick from the Indians organization, drafted or signed as free agents. Everybody else signed or acquired, either acquired in a trade or signed as a free agent. One of the guys acquired in a trade who has worked out incredibly well, has had such an unbelievable run for the Cubs. Jake Arrieta, last year's Cy Young Award winner, nice enough to join us live from the Cubs dugout. Jake, thanks for the time tonight.
Yeah, guys, good to be with you.
How much fun has the last couple of years been for you individually and collectively as part of this team?
Well, you know, over time it's slowly built to kind of the situation we're in right now. And I think everybody's just taking advantage of you know, each day and trying to get better. And we're off to a really hot start, and I don't think we intend to slow down anytime soon.
Well, speaking of not slowing down anytime soon, so many things that you do well on the mound, whether it's the length that you go through a game, your plus stuff, the deception in your delivery. What do you feel like you take the most pride in?
Well, I think it's a combination of all those things. Pitching deep into the game to do a lot of things for the club. Obviously save the pen, you know, try and keep those guys as fresh as possible. To utilize them later in the season when we're, you know, in the process of a playoff run, and you know, just trying to you know, set the tone for the rest of the guys in our rotation, and get things started on a positive note. And so far I've been able to do a pretty good job of that.
Jake, obviously coming off a Cy Young Award-winning season and off to a great start this year, but I've heard you and even your manager Joe Madden talk about they feel like there's still things for you to improve on even within this season.
Yeah, you know, and I agree with him. You know, and watching, you know, Bumgarner out there right now, and kind of how he was a little off in the first inning with his timing. You know, that's something that both of us share when we are slightly off. You know, we do throw across our body, and sometimes it could take a little bit longer for us to develop our feel. So that's why it's so important for us to fine-tune those things before we get onto the mound and between the lines. But you know, and that's something I struggled with early on, is getting my timing where it needs to be from the first pitch. But I think as the season continues to wear on, I'll be able to get that locked in a little bit better.
Jake, can you maybe talk about the development of some of the young key players on this team over the last year or a couple of years, depending on the situation? Rizzo's obviously a little bit older, but Rizzo, Bryant, Addison, Russell, Baez, and so forth. How have these guys developed in your view?
Yeah, it's a tremendous situation to be in, seeing this type of talent with so much youth. You know, Rizzo's he's a young veteran, you know, so to speak, on this team. He's been around for a long time, and he's had to grow up quickly. And you know, I think other guys around him have benefited from that. Guys like Javi and Addy. I think Addy's quietly having a tremendous season for us so far. Obviously, his defense shows up every day, and he's started to, you know, really click at the plate, and I think he's been able to learn from guys like Zobrist. You know, having a guy like him over here who's just an absolute professional in every sense of the word. It's just it speaks volumes for our young guys and their ability to learn from guys like that.
And when you talk about setting the tone and for yourself, I mean, you mentioned it with the offense, but you think about the other four pitchers in the starting rotation, Hendricks going tonight. What's the communication like between you guys, whether it's Lester, Lackey, all of you guys, as far as influence?
Yeah, you know, we have a lot of different type of arms in our rotation, but we do a good job of getting together collectively and trying to find the best way, you know, to get certain guys out, especially guys who pose the biggest amount of threat in a lineup. Guys like Posey or Hunter Pence. You can go up and down this lineup here. They've got a lot of guys who can beat you. Belt swings the bat incredibly well and with some power, and you saw the extended at bats these guys can put on you. Span had a really long at bat against me on Friday, I think in the third or fourth inning, and then he did the same thing to lead the game off yesterday against Lester. So being able to communicate with the guys as a staff and you know, get an understanding of what guys like to attack as far as pitches that we offer and what they're not necessarily as efficient at. So you know, those are little things that we have conversations about throughout the day, and you know, try and put something in the other guys' minds that they can utilize when they get out there.
Next start for Jake Arrieta Wednesday night in St. Louis. Jake, thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys.
Thank you, Jake.
Thanks a lot.
He is following up on last year. If you can possibly be as good as he was last year and then be better the next year, Jake Arrieta is doing that. 29 consecutive starts, allowing 3 or fewer earned runs. That's a major league record. The Cubs have won his last 22 regular season starts, obviously going well back into last year. He kind of really turned it on in about June of last year, and he shows no sign of letting up at all.
And I love his relatability right now to Madison Bumgarner, and the fact that he's watching him very in tune with his feel, his timing, and the fact that he brought up both of them using their deception and their body to be successful.
Crawford deep in the hole. Strong throw on the money to get Zobrist and end the inning. A terrific play by the Gold Glover Brandon Crawford.
It's more than a network and the cloud. It's reliable uptime and multi-layered security. It's how you stay connected to each other and to your customers. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions, including an industry-leading broadband network and cloud and hosting services, all with dedicated responsive support. With CenturyLink as your trusted technology partner, you're free to focus on growing your business. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
We wanted to prove the value of Nissan's Intelligent Safety Shield technologies.
Hey, you want to go for a ride?
So we enlisted some everyday experts.
I'm a firefighter. I'm a nurse.
With rear cross traffic alert.
It worked.
Blind spot warning. And forward emergency braking that could stop your car for you. Get to Nissan's Safety Today event and save for a limited time with 0.9% financing for up to 72 months on select models.
We might be out of a job.
Shop your local Nissan store and choose Nissan.com today.
How fast is it?
Plenty fast. It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast.
Even if it doesn't catch on, doesn't mean it's not true. The John Deere Z-Track Z535M with our re-engineered deck to mow faster, better. Visit your John Deere dealer to save $300 on the Z535M residential Z-Track mower now until May 31st.
Ortho Home Defense drives bugs away and protects against ants, roaches, and spiders for up to a year. The smart ones leave. The stupid ones stay and die. Ortho Home Defense, up to a year of clean living. Don't be one of those people who kill their grass along with their weeds. Use Weed B Gone. It kills only weeds, not grass, which is precisely what you want. Weed B Gone. And be forgotten.
You're watching Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. Beautiful night, beautiful ballpark. Bottom of the third inning, no score between the Cubs and the Giants in the rubber match of this three-game series. Some nice defensive plays already being made tonight. Here's Angel Pagan leading off the third for the Giants. Sat out last night's game, had a little lingering soreness in his hamstring after missing 11 games a little bit earlier in the season with that. So Bruce Bochy gave him a night off last night. He's back in. Hunter Pence still out with his hamstring issue tonight. Pagan, who didn't like that call at all, used to be a center fielder and a leadoff man. Now he's a left fielder and a number 9 hitter, with Denard Span signing with the Giants in the offseason. He was on a tear early before the hamstring injury, but has not swung the bat nearly as well since he has returned.
You know, I've been watching him this last week, though, and he's gotten a couple hits on just slapping the ball, putting in play, using his legs, getting down the line, and I think that's where him in this 9 spot is so perfect for this team, because he's really just a good table setter. He's got the speed, he's got a high contact rate, he's not afraid to put the ball in play.
Liner to right, but right it's Caesar, one down.
Well, let's take a look at this play. To look like Zobrist was about to get his 7th hit in 8 at-bats, but Brandon Crawford, the reigning Gold Glove Award winner at short in the National League, playing him to pull, ranging, just smoothly gets into a strong throwing position and really not close at first base. Another great play from his shortstop, and he kind of looks over at Zobrist like, take that. 7th hit not so much.
And you wonder why he gets in so many verbal fights with players. I mean, he's totally take that.
Yeah, Bumgarner's never in mellow mode out on the mound in one of his games. Back to the top of the order for Denard Span, who popped up his first time up. And the strike zone's getting a little bit wider, but it looks like here. Span didn't say anything. It certainly appeared to be off the outside corner, but Ed Hickox has it as a strike.
And look at Denard Span. Watch his front toe. I mean, this is so unusual. I mean, it hurts me even looking at it. But he does this. He's very big on the fact that one of his biggest weaknesses is the fact that he'll fly open that front side. And that's, you know, true for a lot of hitters. But he feels like this just helps him, more so even mentally than anything, get closed with my front side. But look at his toe. I mean, it is pointed at David Ross, the catcher.
Flares it to left, and making a nice running catch is Jorge Soler. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Disney's Alice Through the Looking Glass, in theaters at IMAX 3D this Friday. You guys been to Pier 39?
I have. I went to school up here.
You went to school here.
6 years of San Francisco enjoyment.
Crickets from the guy to your right.
I've been there.
Oh, you've been there?
Oh, yeah.
Speak up.
I love it up here.
It's great. Even though you're a SoCal guy, you're
a SoCal, but love coming to visit the city by the bay.
2 outs. Here's Joe Panik. Panik doubled into the right field corner his first time up. That's the only hit of the night so far for the Giants. Best opportunity in the game came in the top of the first when the Cubs loaded the bases with 2 outs against Bumgarner, but then he struck out Addison Russell to end that threat. There's that 2-seam fastball running back over the inside corner for a called strike.
And Hendricks, who I think's only thrown 1 breaking ball tonight. It was a pitch to Angel Pagan that he bounced with 2 strikes. Remarkable to see a guy that's 87, 88 typically with that sinking fastball.
Location, location, location. And that ball's going to drop in. Boy, talk about location. Joe Panik couldn't have thrown it into right center any better. 4 Cubs were there. Nobody could make the catch.
Well, they came back into that same spot. That 2-seam fastball that he tried to run to the corner, and he's able to tie up Joe Panik. And I don't know if Caesar just doesn't see this very well. Kind of watching Ben Zobrist, who gets turned around a little bit, and then it turns into the perfect location. And Joe Panik, after doubling, has now picked up his 2nd hit on a pitch that Kyle Hendricks really executed well.
This is where you see the stadium by the bay hit a high fly ball in that wind.
Now Matt Duffy, first pitch swinging, sends it to deep right field, but Caesar runs it down to end the inning. Nice catch by Caesar, making up for the ball that dropped in earlier. We'll hear from Cubs manager Joe Madden after this break.
Cheryl, you're ready to get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
New car what?
New car smart.
Did my mother send you?
You're ready to find out how much your new car will cost over the next 5 years.
I can do that with Kelley?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I'm the voiceover. You're ready to watch expert reviews like it's the thing you love most.
It's awesome.
Yes, awesome. Know all there is to know before buying your next new car. Get more than pricing. Get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
Jake Arrieta has won the Cy Young Award and has pitched 2 no-hitters in his last 11 regular season starts. BigTimeBats.com is releasing this translucent full-size 35-inch bat to commemorate one of the greatest streaks of pitching in MLB history. This translucent Jake Arrieta bat has an appearance of a crystal bat and is limited to 500 individually numbered bats and sells for $199.95. This is an extremely small edition of bats. To purchase this spectacular bat, call BigTimeBats.com at 1-866-280-BATS.
New makes you want it. Better makes you want to keep it. The 2017 Hyundai Elantra with blind spot detection. Not just new, better.
Since when did experience become something to hide? I say we own it. Lose all that negativity. Just let it go. It's just bad energy. Oh, and lose those terrible black balloons they give you on your 50th. What's up with that?
Hey, we hear you. That's why our members love AARP the magazine. It celebrates you with fun and provocative content, from lifestyle and entertainment to in-depth reporting. And it's just one of the great benefits of membership.
If you don't think this is right for me when you think AARP,
Then you don't know ARP. Get to know us at aarp.org/possibilities.
No score, top fourth in San Francisco. Moments ago, our Buster Olney spoke with Cubs manager Joe Madden.
Joe, in the first inning, we saw the inning end. Chris Bryant making great play, charging a ball, throwing to first base. How has his defense improved in your eyes this year?
He's played really well at third base. He's gotten better at that particular play, also going to his left and making more accurate throws. I think his footwork's a whole lot better this year.
How about your guys' approach against Bumgarner at the plate?
So far, so good. I mean, we've seen a lot of pitches. What are we at? We're in the 50s already, 54 after 3 innings. That's pretty good. He's good, man. He competes. This guy competes. So if you get a couple guys on base, heads up, he's coming after you.
Joe, thanks.
My pleasure.
He does compete. He sure had to compete to get out of that first inning. But 54 pitches through 3, exactly right for Joe Madden. The 55th is in for a called strike to Jorge Soler to begin the 4th. And a fly ball lifted high in the air to right center field. Blanco.
Well, one of the big at-bats of the night so far was that bases loaded bat. He got ahead of Addison Russell 1-2 through the cutter just down and out of the zone, and Addison Russell does a great job of getting it to 3-2, and then he just starts challenging him. His best cutters, his best fastball, before finishing him with that fastball at the bottom of the zone at 92 miles an hour, able to freeze Russell and get a huge strikeout.
Especially bases loaded, and you've seen it. He really hasn't. Madison Bumgarner hasn't had the real feel and timing consistently every pitch. You'll see a few he'll miss in the dirt, off the plate, but then he'll come back and find it when he needs it most.
Well, he just spotted a couple of pitches. First fastball just up above the zone, swing and a miss by Russell. That last cutter right on the inside corner, and he's jumped out in front 0-2. Runs the fastball inside for ball 1.
That's one thing he's done well tonight too. He has clearly established both sides of the plate, even though he was really feeling his way through that first inning. He's worked both sides of the plate, so there's no real pattern you can.
Chases the curveball to strike out again. As mentioned a little bit earlier, the NBA Eastern Conference Finals continue tomorrow night. Game 4 from Toronto. The Cavaliers leading the Raptors 2-1, but Toronto did win Game 3 last night. Our coverage begins with NBA Countdown at 7:30 Eastern Time, and can be seen streaming live on Watch ESPN and the ESPN app. And don't forget, the NBA Finals start Thursday, June the 2nd on ABC. That's Caesar, a swing and a miss. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, after 28 pitches in that first inning, he's now back-to-back 13 pitch innings and a chance to have another routine inning here if he can retire Caesar. And now all of a sudden,
Caesar trying to bunt his way aboard, and it will spin foul.
Great decision by Duffy, understanding that that ball's popped up and it's got a certain kind of spin on it that it's going to twirl foul. And Caesar got a great running start. Really probably wasn't going to be a play for Duffy, but he, understanding there's all that spin on it, wisely pulls back, and that ball you see just twists foul. But Bumgarner, all of a sudden now, after that first inning, you're thinking, man, if you're Bochy and the Giants, maybe it's going to be a tough night for him to possibly get deep into this game. But a few very economical pitch innings for him, and now a chance to put himself in a good position to go deep in this game, as he's accustomed to doing.
Jumping ahead of hitters, he started 13 out of 16 with a first pitch strike. Trying to put away Caesar. Ground ball down to third. Backhanded stop Duffy. Inning over. 3 up, 3 down on 9 pitches. Go the Cubs in the top of the 4th. Bruce Bochy with Buster Olney when we come back.
Get your home in shape for summer with great Memorial Day savings now at Lowe's. Like $10 to $40 off select stains, sealants, and resurfacers via rebate. Plus, get up to 30% off select major appliances $396 or more. Hurry in today to make your home happy at Lowe's.
X-Men Apocalypse is one of the coolest superhero movies of the decade.
Follow me.
It's an absolute blast. Spectacular and incredibly fun.
Magneto, he's my father.
What?
Him and my mom, they did.
No, I know.
It's massively entertaining, dazzling from start to finish, and the most epic X-Men film yet.
Looks amazing.
X-Men Apocalypse, rated PG-13. Advance tickets on sale now.
You know that moment? The one you always hear about. When the plan comes together. The game slows down. And it's your time to shine under the lights. Welcome to Scottrade. Whether you know where you're going or need guidance to get there, we're here to help. Now is your moment.
Have a garden? Then you know. Weeds are low-down little scoundrels. Draw the line with Roundup. The Sure Shot wand extends with a protective shield to target weeds precisely and kill them right down to the root. Draw the line with the Roundup Sure Shot wand.
So your streaming algorithm thinks you'll like this action film. But here's something it doesn't know. Your Warriors are about to play.
Is there anybody out there that can beat them if they shoot this
Silly algorithm.
Going bottom four, no score between the Cubs and Giants. Moments ago, Bruce Bochy with Buster Olney.
Bruce, what kind of adjustment did you see Madison make in that first inning into the second inning and so on?
Yeah, I just think he got in a better rhythm there. You know, like a lot of good starters that first inning, they're trying to get settled in, and but he made a huge pitch with bases loaded 3-2, and can't make a better pitch than that. So it looks like he's getting settled in now.
He had a 3-0 count at one point. Did you give him the green light? What was you thinking?
Yeah, no, he had the green light. You saw him start to swing, but he made a good pitch on him. Now, I usually give him the green light. You know he's going to get his swings in.
Bruce, thanks.
He is going to get his swings in. Might see him this inning. It'll be 4, 5, 6. Posey, Belt, and Crawford. Bumgarner in the 8th spot against Kyle Hendricks, who's been sharp.
And that's just, I feel like, a little insight. Bruce Bochy, Joe Madden does this so well. I feel like we have two of the best managers in baseball to really allow their players to be who they are. And he had a big smile on his face. Of course, he's going to get his swings in 3-0. I think that's probably one of the biggest assets that they bring. They don't try to micromanage their players.
A quick 0-2 count on Posey. Reaching for it, expanding that strike zone. Posey had to just to stay alive, and he fights it off. Well, even with the Cubs losing 6 of 10, they've still got a 6.5 game lead on the Pittsburgh Pirates. 7.5 up on the Cardinals. The Cubs going to St. Louis to start a series tomorrow night. The Pirates were postponed today. Couldn't get their game in at home against Colorado. Cardinals lost today 7-2 to Arizona. Zach Greinke pitched well, picked up the win. Roller down to third. And Posey is retired. Some of the other stories around the majors today. How about Jackie Bradley Jr.? He has extended his hitting streak to 27 games. Jose Bautista's been hitting leadoff for the Blue Jays the last 4 games as they try to ignite the offense. He's got 3 home runs in those 4 games. And what in the world is going on with Giancarlo Stanton? Now today he did get a hit. He was 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Coming into this game today, he had struck out 15 times in his last 17 at bats. One of the most feared hitters in the game. Bryant playing well off the line and ranging to his left, makes the play to retire Bell.
Well, you heard Joe Madden talk about all the things that Chris Bryant's doing better this year at third base. The bunt play, we saw him make an outstanding play on a bare hand, but he talked about his first step quickness and footwork to his left. That's not an easy play right there, but showing you for a big man, a lot of athleticism. Stays low to the ground, handles what's a little bit of a tricky hop, and once he does, he gets himself into really good throwing position, knowing he's got Belled easy. That's a nice play down there at third. by a rising star.
2 down, and here's Brandon Crawford. Struck out his first time up. How about the not just Jackie Bradley Jr., but the way the Red Sox are swinging the bats in general. David Ortiz today went 4 for 4 with a single, 2 doubles, and a home run.
These are 2 great offenses here, the Giants and the Cubs, I think we would all acknowledge. But what the Red Sox are doing right now, top to bottom, and really the one guy that was off to a slow start was Mookie Betts.
2 home runs yesterday.
He's got 22 extra base hits now, a quarter of the way through the season. So there's just no let up in that lineup. There's athleticism in the lineup, which you don't always associate with the Boston Red Sox. You think they're just going to slug and patience their way, but man, they're playing really well.
Yeah, beat the Indians today 5-2. They take 2 out of 3 from the Indians. Xander Bogaerts having a big year. Travis Shaw swinging the bat well.
A guy named David Ortiz that in his last season, I don't think anyone in Boston is going to let him retire if he keeps this up.
He's hitting .329 with 11 home runs and 37 RBIs, and I think with the doubles today, I think he's got 19 doubles. I think he has 30 extra base hits this year.
He said that was the one thing he wanted to cut down because he said it was so hard for him.
Too much running?
Yeah, he likes the home run, the jog, get to first base on a single. He's like, these doubles are killing me. He keeps hitting them. Big Poppy problems. Hashtags.
That is hashtag Big Poppy problem. Save it, Big Poppy. Take your double and like it.
3-2 grounded down to first. Rizzo underhands to Hendricks, and the inning is over on 3 groundouts. Both pitchers have settled in, scoreless at the end of 4.
How's that feel?
How's the training going?
Have a garden? Then you know. Weeds are low-down little scoundrels. Draw the line with Roundup. The Sure Shot wand extends with a protective shield to target weeds precisely and kill them right down to the root. Draw the line with the Roundup Sure Shot wand.
Joe's playing catch with Max Scherzer. Are you kidding me? How's that?
I'm not giving this ball away. There's no way.
Welcome back to San Francisco. No score top 5 between the Cubs and Giants. Time now for this week's edition of the Mendoza Line. Jessica takes us behind the scenes, something to do with baseball. This week it's the special relationship here in the city between the fans and the Giants.
There is no city, Dan, that brings together a more diverse fan base in San Francisco. Just a few of the sites around town to exemplify this. The murals are a big part of the culture of San Francisco, especially in the Mission District. Vamos Gigantes, very striking and awesome. Then you have the Willie Mays cable car on his 81st birthday. Say Hey Kid just got that inducted 2 weeks ago. And how cool is the San Francisco Baseball Academy on Geary? It used to be the historic Bridge Theater of 1939. Future Giants hit there. Double play bar on 16th, right across from Steel Stadium, the site of the first major league game on the West Coast. And then the last one, of course, we got the food. Ike's Place, over 11 Giants players, all kinds of celebrities, but the connection between the Giants and some food. Madison Bumgarner had his own tasting guys to create his own sandwich. Matt Cain, a whole list of Giants players. Got some up here in the booth. The best part is he wanted alligator before you take a bite, and deer is part of his, but when he went in for the tasting, they called his bluff. He went with more steak, habanero sauce, a little cheddar cheese.
I got the menu right here. You know what? You want to know what's in it?
Yeah.
Habanero, light amount of habanero.
Of course you got to look up the menu.
Of course I have to look at the menu.
I'm going for the bite.
What do you know me? American cheese. Hang on, Aaron.
Okay.
Ike's yellow BBQ sauce, barbecue sauce, pepper jack,
Look at this baby.
and thinly sliced ribeye. That's the Madison Bumgarner.
I love when you guys bring me food.
This won an award at the World Sandwich Award. It was like the
Really?
Yeah, it's one of the best sandwiches in the world.
Matt Cain has a sandwich there too. Matt Cain has a sandwich at Ike's. Godfather sauce, provolone, roast beef, salami, and turkey.
I'll be gone for a couple minutes.
See, unfortunately, the rules dictate only 2 of the 3 of us can eat at any one time, and since both of you two are like wolfing it down right, yeah, nap can be nice here. Since both you two are, now it's on the microphone. Honestly, honestly.
You can dress me up, but you can't take me anywhere.
So I'm going to do the game while these two get after it.
Caught on and missed.
Here's Kyle Hendricks. Is it good? Is it a light amount of habanero?
It's really good.
It's really good?
Honestly, it's really good.
Yeah. Your microphone's really enjoying it.
Yeah, I can't wait to upend this as the night goes on.
Yeah, just watching that from afar, Booney didn't even wait for any description of the ingredients. He just started eating.
Nothing new. Great stop by Duffy on the first in time. Boy, we have seen some really good infield defense tonight.
You know, because this ball was not hit overly hard, I thought it was a mistake for Duffy to actually leave his feet, thinking he wouldn't be able to get up in time to get up and make the throw to get Hendricks. And maybe it would have been an easier play for Crawford, but man, knowing the pitcher's running and probably not that well, that's a full extension dive, and he gets to his feet quickly. And look at the short release, but he gets a lot on that throw. Great play by an outstanding third baseman, second in defensive runs saved among MLB third basemen this season.
And now Bumgarner has set down 10 in a row. Back to the top of the order for Dexter Fowler, who's 0 for 2. Jess is trying to juggle eating, keeping her scorecard up to date.
Not used to this. A little habanero sauce. Get you got my eyes watering. How about Mad Bum, though? 16 of 19 first pitch strikes. And he is attacking from the beginning, which allows him to set up everything else. Booney, you mentioned in and out.
Yeah, I mean, he's been all over the zone. And when you talk to Bruce Bochy or you watch Bumgarner's starts, he uses all 4 quadrants as good as anyone in the sport. There's a little cut fastball down and in, and another hitter swinging over the top of it. He's really settled into a nice groove here. Pitch away from getting through the 5th.
Now a high fly ball to left field. Pagan backpedaling, makes the catch on the track. 11 in a row set down by Madison Bumgarner. You got 2 minutes, guys. Get after it.
Go.
Cheryl, you're ready to get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
New car what?
New car smart.
Did my mother send you?
You're ready to find out how much your new car will cost over the next 5 years.
I can do that with Kelley?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I'm the voiceover. You're ready to watch expert reviews like it's the thing you love most.
It's awesome.
Yes, awesome. Know all there is to know before buying your next new car. Get more than pricing. Get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
Jake Arrieta has won the Cy Young Award and has pitched 2 no-hitters in his last 11 regular season starts. BigTimeBats.com is releasing this translucent full-size 35-inch bat to commemorate one of the greatest streaks of pitching in MLB history. This translucent Jake Arrieta bat has an appearance of a crystal bat and is limited to 500 individually numbered bats and sells for $199.95. This is an extremely small edition of bats. To purchase this spectacular bat, call BigTimeBats.com at 1-866-280-BATS.
My experience with USAA is awesome. Homeowners insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance. I spent 20 years active duty. They still refer to me as gunnery sergeant when I call. Being a USAA member, because of my service in the military, to pass that on to my kids, something that makes me happy. My name is Roger Zapata, and I'm a USAA member for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Get an insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
Day 4 is here.
The battle for the East is just heating up. Cavs, Raptors, Game 4, tomorrow at 8:30 on ESPN.
The best seats at every ballpark for every game. Visit MLB.com/tickets today. Good pitchers duel here in San Francisco. Cubs and Giants. And no score as we go to the bottom of the 5th. And whatever the world record used to be for a trio of people wolfing down a Madison Bumgarner sandwich in 2.5 minutes, I think we just crushed it.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight.
In the market for a toothpick.
Gregor Blanco leads off the inning for the Giants with a pop-up tonight. He's now 3 for his last 33. A guy who over the years has been a semi-regular, usually getting in the neighborhood of about 400 at-bats for the Giants, but with the acquisition of Denard Span, the signing of Span, they've got Pence, they've got Pagan, so Blanco really more of a 4th outfielder this year, but with Pence out with a hamstring problem, he gets a start tonight. Pagan waiting in the 9 spot, 2 spots away. Bumgarner's on deck right now. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for both teams tonight. Bumgarner was retired on a fly ball to center his first time up. Checks the swing, 2-2. And that changeup drops down and away for a full count.
Good job there by Blanco after they came right back, followed up the last changeup down and away. That one they started on the plate around the knees, and really the bottom fell out, but a good job of laying off and extending this at bat. Trying to get that lead man on in front of Bumgarner here in a 0-0 game.
Full count pitch outside, ball 4. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN presented by Taco Bell is brought to you by the Ego Power Plus Lawnmower. Ego, power beyond belief. And Farmers Insurance. See unbelievable but true tales of coverage at farmers.com/Hall of Claims. Pier 39, another one of the very popular tourist attractions here in San Francisco. I think my favorite store there is they have a store for left-handed people, of which I am a proud member.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Very inclusive.
Andy Reichwald, our producer, is a lefty.
Say no more.
Doug Holmes, our director, is a lefty. All the cool kids are lefty. Madison Bumgarner is a lefty.
How would you
That's right, but he
him?
throws left. Eccentric, quirky, the usual stuff that you say about us.
That's right.
Yeah, because it's not like Aaron's
I
eccentric
hit left-handed.
or quirky.
So
you hit
do
left-handed.
am I
No,
like
no. We're talking about throwing. Like this guy hits right-handed, but that's a lefty standing right there. Madison Bumgarner, that's a lefty. I'll give you an example of your typical quirky, eccentric lefty. Dallas Braden. That's a lefty, right?
Oh, yeah.
Braden's getting like more mentions tonight than he gets when he works again.
Yeah.
He's here in the ballpark
He's
tonight,
somewhere
right?
decorated in the crowd.
Yes.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Wait a minute. We need more of that. We need to see that again.
I think that sweatshirt or sweater, I think is doubles. It goes on the horse that he rode here underneath the saddle.
It's like he knows where to focus. I mean, he's totally hiding.
Yeah.
Sitting with his wife, Megan.
Bumgarner pushes a bunt foul. So now with the count 1 ball 2 strikes, Bumgarner will look down to Roberto Kelly. Some pitchers automatically you'd probably still keep it on. It is far from automatic with Bumgarner up that he'll be trying to bunt.
You know, the one thing you worry about though is Hendricks so adept at getting that ground ball.
Yep.
Certainly a double play candidate if you do take the bunt off.
Runner goes, and it's swung on and laced to left field, and it's past Soler and up against the wall on a bounce. Blanco's going to round third and score on an RBI double by Bumgarner.
Well, I love what Bruce Bochy did here, understanding that this now becomes a good double play situation with 2 strikes because of the ground ball. He puts the game in motion. Blanco on the run, and Hendricks makes a mistake. He's trying to run that sinker in on the hands to try and get that ground ball. He throws a flat one up around the letters, and Bumgarner gets the barrel to it and just gets it out of the reach of Jorge Soler. And Blanco does a good job of getting himself into position to read that, so that if he does make a great catch, he's able to get back to first base. But if it gets over his head, obviously able to score easily. Great execution there by the Giants with the bat and running the bases.
So arguably the best hitting pitcher in baseball, Bumgarner. 10 home runs in the last 3 years, 12 in his career. An RBI double here, and that opens up the scoring. 1-0 Giants, bottom of the 5th. Blanco coming in to score. Still nobody out in the inning. And Bumgarner's inability to get the bunt down actually worked in favor of the Giants here tonight, as he winds up with a double. 42 career RBIs now for Bumgarner.
Obviously Pagan now, who wasn't showing bunt on that first pitch, trying to get something he could pull to the right side. But if he hits it to Rizzo here, Rizzo, if he gets it hard enough, might look to try and get Bumgarner going to third, who obviously doesn't run very well.
Guys, I can tell you flat out, Bumgarner had not been happy with how he's hitting. When I approached him about it yesterday, he said, "Have you seen the numbers?" And he came into today's game 3 hits in 23 at bats.
He takes his hitting very seriously, and Pagan does pull a ball. Nicely done. Zobrist will spin and get him at first, but Bumgarner comes to third.
And here's the other thing too. I talked to him about his hitting last year when he had those 5 home runs. Dan, you mentioned a 247 batting average, and he said that during the course of the year he got to a point where he just stopped preparing to hit. He just said he literally was taking no batting practice between his starts, taking no batting practice whatsoever, including on those times when he was called upon to pinch hit. He said he would just take a couple dry swings, no tee work, anything. And he had that type of season. 5 homers, 247 average, no preparation.
So him, just scrap back, couple dry swings, step in there.
He's at third. The infield comes in for the Cubs. The batter is Denard Span. Roberto Kelly relaying the signs to Span at the plate, and then got his hand on the shoulder of Bumgarner, telling him what the sign is down at third.
Strike away there. Look for him to maybe try and crowd and get in on the hands to keep Span from getting that ball in the air.
Which is exactly what he did, and he gets a fly ball into shallow right field. Caesar charging in, makes the catch, and too shallow for Bumgarner to try to come home.
Really good execution there by Hendricks, who after getting that first pitch strike on the sinker away, goes to the cut fastball and locates it perfectly on the hands where you want to go to keep him from hitting too far a fly. And you see right on the corner there, and that gets in on the hands, and really no chance for Bumgarner to challenge Caesar as that ball is in shallow right field. But real nice execution by Hendricks, who needed an easy out there.
Hendricks has pitched extremely well. The only run coming here this inning because of the Bumgarner double as Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, makes his way to the mound. Scott's MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run is the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. It's free for boys and girls ages 7 to 14. Play your way to the national finals and have the chance to compete during All-Star Week in San Diego. Find a local competition in your area at pitchhitrun.com. It's a sweet Giants jacket right there. And activity looks like it's going to begin in the Cubs bullpen. As well as Hendricks has pitched this year, Joe Maddon will often lift him rather quickly, sometimes just before or just as they get to the third time through the order. They're there now as left-hander Travis Wood has just started to throw. To left, and that'll end the inning. But we have a run in this game. And it belongs to the Giants, and it comes courtesy of an RBI double from Madison Bumgarner.
The #1 rated Ego Power Plus mower, featuring Ego's 56-volt patented arc lithium battery technology. It delivers the cutting torque of gas. The Ego mower's durable construction makes mowing in difficult conditions easy. And the new self-propelled model makes it effortless. And it folds flat in seconds for easy storage. The Ego Power Plus mower, exclusively at the Home Depot and Ego authorized dealers.
How's that feel? How's the training going?
I'm done with golf. Sick of this parking lot. I hate my clubs. I don't even know why I wear this stupid visor. Same time tomorrow?
Yeah. Best-in-class cargo space plus best-in-class performance. The BMW X1. Right now, lease a BMW X1 X-Drive 28i for as low as $369 a month.
Top 6 here in San Francisco, 1-0 Giants. Here on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Anthony Rizzo leads it off against Madison Bumgarner.
Here's a look at Anthony Rizzo's extra base hits against lefties since 2015. You see a lot of action out over the plate, and what Rizzo does so well by crowding the plate, he kind of takes away the inside part, because if you come in too much, you hit him. If you execute perfectly, then you're in business. But if you miss, it oftentimes turns into a extra base hit, and in Rizzo's case, a lot of those will be home runs. Perhaps a little bit of a mistake here. Looked like maybe a cutter. Rizzo, as we talked about, struggling a little bit coming into the game, just a little behind this pitch. A big swing, but came up empty.
0 for 2 tonight, now 1 for his last 21 overall. Still among league leaders, though, with 34 RBIs on the season.
And that, to me, right there, that's the pitch that Rizzo is able to better get a barrel on. And right there, he's fouling it off and protecting himself. But when you see the extra base hits and the part of the plate he's on, because of where he's located on the plate, especially against a left-handed pitcher, look at this ball move and cut away from him. He's able to stay with it and at least foul it off.
Swing and a miss, and a curveball in the dirt for out number 1. Let's go to our greater coverage of baseball play of the game, brought to you by T-Mobile.
Well, it's been Madison Bumgarner be able to work the lower half of the zone with his cutter. He's offsetting the timing of these Cubs hitters, not only because of the angle that he creates, but also the location of this pitch. You see where his arm slot is in that left-handed batter's box, and you see against these right-handed batters in particular, locating that cutter low in the zone is why he's consistent in getting mishits.
Here's Chris Bryant. Bryant hit by a pitch and is grounded out. Just 2 hits on the night for the Cubs. They had a single by Ben Zobrist back in the first inning and a single by David Ross in the second. Bumgarner has set down 12 in a row as he misses outside. Boy, after that first inning, 2 outs, nobody on, and then a hit batter, a base hit, and a walk, bases loaded. He struck out Addison Russell. to end the first inning, and he has basically been in cruise control ever since. And thanks to his own swing, his own double, he's got a 1-0 lead to work with here in the 6th inning.
I love what Buster Posey and Madison Bumgarner did right there. They threw the second pitch. The ball was a fastball, 4-seam fastball off the plate away, and Bryant was able to take it. And they said, all right, if you're going to lay off that pitch just off the plate, then we're going to work the cutter, start it on the same plane off the plate away, and bring it back to the plate. Bryant was swinging, but because it was located, it was weak contact.
Another ground ball. Crawford, 2 down. Well, like many aces, you hear get them early or you may not get them at all. And the Cubs had a chance to do some damage early, missed their opportunity, and Bumgarner's been in control ever since. The Giants come in having won 9 out of 10. They're the leaders in the National League West, 26-19. The Rockies right at 500. They were rained out today. They're 3.5 back. The Dodgers have been struggling. They're still going. They're in the top of the 15th inning right now in San Diego, tied at 5. The Padres tied it up in the bottom of the 8th, and they're still going in the 15th inning. Padres are here to open up a series with the Giants starting tomorrow.
Yeah, Ross Stripling, who was supposed to pitch on Tuesday, just went in the game for relief for the Dodgers, who, by the way, today's deficit as of this morning, 4.5 games, the largest for them since June of 2014.
Tough times for the Dodgers right now with the Giants in the lead in the NL West. Backhanded stop, Panic sets his feet, fires, and gets him to end the inning. Another 3-up, 3-down inning. It is 1-0 Giants here in San Francisco.
When I have an idea brewing, anything is possible. You start where it all began. You think about where you've been. You decide where you're going. You consider the flavors. And then you bring them together to create something new. There's inspiration all around. You just need to know how to see it. Blue Moon, artfully brewed with Valencia orange peel and a touch of coriander. Something's brewing.
Have a garden? Then you know. Weeds are low-down little scoundrels. Draw the line with Roundup. The Sure Shot wand extends with a protective shield to target weeds precisely and kill them right down to the root. Draw the line with the Roundup Sure Shot wand.
Hot Pockets. At our house, we're always down for more. Case in point, our handcrafted skydiving chamber.
Be hungry for more. Just never be hungry. With premium pepperoni and 100% real cheese.
Hot Pockets.
It's more than a network and the cloud. It's reliable uptime and multi-layered security. It's how you stay connected to each other and to your customers. With CenturyLink, you get advanced technology solutions, including an industry-leading broadband network and cloud and hosting services, all with dedicated, responsive support. With CenturyLink as your trusted technology partner, you're free to focus on growing your business. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Time for this week's edition of the critically acclaimed segment, Boondoggle. Aaron imitates a batting stance. Former Giant great Will Clark. What a sweet swing. Aaron not only has the mannerisms down, check out the scowl, though. I mean, Booney's got his scowl on right now as he's imitating Will Clark.
Scowl.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have hit left-handed. That was a pretty little swing you got there.
The swing gets a little prettier anytime you get to imitate Will Clark, who of course had one of the beautiful left-handed swings really ever. I mean, you think Ken Griffey Jr., Will Clark's in that category of just pretty to watch.
See, this is what people don't know. Aaron may be 43 years of age, but emotionally he's kind of 8-ish, 9.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I give him 12.
So he was really excited to do this. Steve Garvey and Keith Hernandez, your choice for next week when we'll have the Dodgers and Mets. But your face just it lit up. and I completely get you because that's how you are. It was cool to imitate somebody with a swing as sweet as Will Clark.
Yeah,
right?
and I've never imitated Will Clark, so it was kind of cool.
So if somebody said to you from your lifetime, pick the prettiest swing you've ever seen, he's in the conversation. Right?
It's Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than juniors, right?
We got to get a Mariners game then?
Oh. Yeah.
So let me ask you a question as old as baseball itself.
Uh-huh.
Why is it that all of the swings that people associate with being beautiful or perfect or whatever, why are they all lefties?
I think just because the swing takes you to first base. You know, obviously you're running down the line, so your momentum goes there. So it's easier to just have a nice flowing swing to the first base side.
I also think how many left-handed swings are actually right-handed, and because of that, bottom hand through the zone. I mean, I was a right-handed thrower, a lot of left-handed hitters. Some of them are left-handed, but some of them are right-handed throwing, and I think that's part of it. I think being able that your strongest side stays through, doesn't get cut off.
Steve Garvey, Keith Hernandez next week.
Yep.
Bottom 6, 1-0 Giants. And a 3-0 strike, 3-1 now on Matt Duffy, who will be followed by Buster Posey and Brandon Bell. Wood up again in the bullpen for the Cubs. And there's ball 4. Third walk given up tonight by Hendricks, who had walked only 9 all season coming in.
See Joe Madden there, a little frustrated because that's not like him. And he knows, though, he's getting to that point. This third time through the order, maybe short order before we see Travis Wood in this ball game.
Maybe next batter with the Belton, Crawford, Blanco, 3 lefties coming up after Posey.
But you know, he's always one pitch away from being 2 outs with that sinker, and especially as well as he's thrown it all season long.
Posey pops one up right side of the infield, and Zobrist will run it down for out number 1. And we'll see if Joe Madden's going to make a change here, and it looks like he will. Here he comes. And there's the call. Joe dressed like it's really cold here in San Francisco as he makes the change, and Travis Wood will be coming in to take over for Kyle Hendricks.
My cousin's wedding is coming soon.
I like the bride more than the groom.
Turquoise dresses. So excited.
Did all her exes get invited?
No one's got moves like Uncle Joe.
Should I stay or should I go? When it's go, book with Choice Hotels and get a free $50 gift card for staying just 2 times. Book direct at choicehotels.com. You always have a choice.
What's the husband's name again?
David.
I'm hopping through my room with one pant leg on, trying. No way to get in.
Please, humans first.
Behold the future.
I'll come back.
The Veil Intelligent Toilet by Kohler.
We'll take your bags to your room, Captain Obvious.
If you travel as much as I do, you travel a lot. Because I do. That's why I use Hotels.com. They make finding and booking a room simple, so I can spend more time doing other things, like packing. Perhaps I spend too much time packing.
Hotels.com. So simple, it's the obvious choice.
Now be careful. Sheila scares easily.
In 7 days.
No, you imbecile!
Oh, in 6 days.
What? You seem to have time all mixed up.
In 5 days.
You are in luck.
The madness begins. Alice through the looking glass. Rated PG.
Back in San Francisco, let's take a look at today's pitching summary brought to you by John Deere. Kyle Hendricks just lifted from the game. 1 run in 5 1/3, responsible for a runner at first, and Madison Bumgarner, after a long first inning, loaded the bases with 2 outs, has been virtually untouchable since.
Well, Kyle Hendricks, another effective outing. The back of this rotation for the Cubs. The changeup was a great pitch for him, especially against lefties. You see him just continuing to fade it down and away, moving down and away to the left-handers, and for good measure threw one to a righty here that Ball just starts at the bottom of the zone and just bites down low and gets that weak contact off the bat of Buster Posey. But a strong outing for Hendricks as he talks to Chris Bosio about the performance.
So here's Travis Wood pitching for the 3rd time in 3 games in this series. He has pitched a scoreless inning in each of the last 2 games. Comes on with a runner at first and 1 out. It's a Cub bullpen with a lot of guys who have had experience as starters. Travis Wood, no exception. Wood has started 133 games in his career. There's Adam Warren, who was acquired from the Yankees in the offseason in the Starlett Castro deal. He's been pitching extremely well for the Cubs. Meanwhile, Brandon Belt probably sitting there in the on-deck circle saying, oh, man. Not Wood.
Wood has been such a valuable member of this pitching staff, and especially as we've seen the Cubs now over the last couple of years obviously become a powerhouse kind of team, just filling so many roles for Joe Madden. Middle innings, long relief, gets both lefties and righties out. As you might expect, you know, as a former starter, he's got plenty of stuff to handle righties. Just a guy that has a lot of trust from Joe Madden, somebody that he leans on in many different roles in this Cub bullpen.
They had a crazy game Wednesday in Milwaukee. He got out of a bases loaded, nobody out situation in extra innings, and then walked with the bases loaded to force in the winning run in the next half inning. So that's quite an outing.
Another one of the really good hitting pitchers.
Yes.
Too. He's a guy that can swing a lot of power from the right side. Has a number of home runs in his career, obviously mostly as a starter.
Ball 4 outside, so 2 on with a 1 out for the Giants. Now Brandon Crawford. He is struck out and grounded out tonight. Matt Duffy, the runner at second. Brandon Belt at first as the Giants look to extend their lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Just inside for ball 1. Giants are 0 for 5 with the runners in scoring position tonight. The only run scoring on a Madison Bumgarner double that cashed into Gregor Blanco, who was at first. Popped him up on the infield. Infield fly rule is in effect. 2 down. Got a doubleheader for you Tuesday night on ESPN with the Eastern Conference Finals Monday, Wednesday. You'll see the Cubs and Cardinals and the Padres Giants. A doubleheader of Major League action Tuesday night here on ESPN. And 1 week from tonight on ESPN2, we will have the Dodgers and Mets. And as of now, Clayton Kershaw would be scheduled to start that game Sunday night. Don't know if that crazy game tonight, Buster told you, Ross Stripling is in now for the Dodgers. They've gone to the 16th inning in San Diego. Don't know if that'll change any pitching plans later on in the week. Kershaw's going to start tomorrow for the Dodgers, unless they bring him in like the 25th inning tonight if it keeps going.
As long as they get off, get done before our game next Sunday when we have the Dodgers and Mets.
We're going to stick around New York for a Memorial Day game as well on Monday. We will have the White Sox and the Mets Monday afternoon, a week from tomorrow in New York. Well, we mentioned Kershaw. There are 3 guys having not good seasons, phenomenal seasons. We spoke with one of them earlier tonight, Jake Arrieta, 8-0 with a 1.29 ERA. Clayton Kershaw's got 88 strikeouts and 4 walks this year. And not getting as much attention as Arrieta or Kershaw, but pitching just as well, Chris Sale of the White Sox. 9 starts, 9 wins, and a 1.58 ERA. Historic seasons if they keep up anything close to the pace they're on.
And you know something all those guys have in common, and add Madison Bumgarner to that list, all 4 of those guys, deceptive deliveries and just something that destroys a hitter's timing. And when you can have a funky delivery or something that's unorthodox, but then have the athleticism and the ability to repeat that delivery, which allows you to command it, it just makes timing a real issue for hitters.
1-2 sent to left field. Soler was playing over near the line, and he'll run it down to end the inning. A couple of men left on. 1-0 Giants at the end of 6.
Have a garden? Then you know. Weeds are low-down little scoundrels. Draw the line with Roundup. The Sure Shot wand extends with a protective shield to target weeds precisely and kill them right down to the root. Draw the line with the Roundup Sure Shot wand.
For those who can't imagine life without two wheels, Allstate offers a genuine parts guarantee that promises to fix your bike with original parts. Talk to an Allstate agent about all the things they do to keep riders riding.
If you have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and you're talking to your doctor about your medication, this is Humira. This is Humira helping to relieve my pain and protect my joints from further damage. This is Humira helping me go further. Humira works for many adults. It targets and helps to block a specific source of inflammation that contributes to RA symptoms. Doctors have been prescribing Humira for over 13 years.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB. Hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ready for a new chapter? Talk to your rheumatologist. This is Humira at work.
You were the coolest kid in high school.
You used to be Fat Rob.
Spoiler alert. I'm in the CIA.
Your friend Bob Stone is a dangerous psychotic.
Oh, God.
Are you crazy? You can't duct tape a white man to a door.
I need your skills to save the entire free world.
I'm not going to prison over this, Bob.
You're gonna be totes fine. You're in my palm boost right now.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Central Intelligence, rated PG-13, June 17th.
It is play ball weekend around the major leagues. Baseball trying to encourage involvement in baseball and softball. And look at the Little League pictures of Buster Posey and Hunter Pence. Buster Posey looks exactly the same as he does now. Here's Hunter Pence earlier spending some time with a local Little League team, something that's been happening all around major league ballparks last weekend and this weekend. A pregame parade as well. A nice focal point of Major League Baseball to try to encourage youth involvement in baseball and softball around the United States and Canada. Yeah. Top 7, 1-0 Giants.
I think it's been an awesome initiative and something that's very important to Commissioner Rob Manfred. It's really just trying to get people involved. Not so much that you got to go play in a league always, but
Belt, Posey, and Posey makes the catch. Terrific play by Buster Posey.
Well, everyone now in the San Francisco Giants infield contributing and making outstanding plays. Buster, I think initially maybe didn't think he was going to have a chance at this, but then just kept bearing down, found out where that railing was, sticks the glove out, and oh, look what I got. And I'm able to keep myself from falling into the Cubs dugout. A lot of good plays tonight behind Madison Bumgarner. There, a nice one turned in by Buster.
15 in a row now set down by Bumgarner, who has had help from his defense. Here's Addison Russell. He has struck out twice. Once looking, once swinging, and that's a nasty curveball at the knees. It's 0-2.
But getting back to Manfred and just, you know, the initiative of go out and, you know, play wiffle ball. Yeah. You know, play catch in the backyard. It doesn't always have to be you've got to play games in leagues. And I think one of the things I still love to do, I love to go out and play catch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Aaron has talked about the defense behind Bumgarner tonight. If you haven't been with us all night, take a look. Everybody's been involved, starting with Brandon Belt early.
Yeah, Brandon Crawford, the Gold Glover, goes deep into the hole. A strong throw. We saw Duffy ranging far to his left, getting to his feet and getting a lot on that throw. Here you see Bumgarner let that ball go through. No one panics there.
That one will get through, though. A base hit for Matt Caesar.
And then, of course, we saw Buster Posey with a nice play to start this inning on the railing over there at the first base dugout.
That base hit snaps a streak of 16 in a row set down by Bumgarner. Just the third hit of the night for the Cubs. Each team with only 3 hits so far. 1-0 Giants, top 7. David Ross is the batter. The pitcher spot due up next, and the on-deck circle is empty right now. And now it looks like, is that Javier Baez?
Yep.
Baez coming out of the dugout. Baez to bat for Wood if it gets that far. Adam Warren still up in the pen. Ross, 3 home runs, 3 doubles. 6 of his 13 hits this year have been for extra bases. Has a single tonight. Has also struck out.
Right here.
The guy who's announced he's in the last year of his career as a player. Everybody assumes that at some point he'll be a manager, that he'll be in baseball in whatever capacity or some capacity. You hear all the young players of the Cubs talk about what it's like to have a guy who's been around the block as many times as Ross has.
And the respect they have for him in the clubhouse, and that's something that goes unspoken besides what he does behind the plate and helping the pitchers, but the entire staff, his relationship with Anthony Rizzo in particular.
Now, just because they respect him doesn't mean they can't make fun of him. Much like our relationship with Aaron here on this crew. Here's Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo taking Grandpa Rossi through the clubhouse a little while ago. He's got the cane. He takes it in stride. He's about as good-natured as they come. Crowd rallying behind Bumgarner. Inning over. Strikeout number 6, 7th inning stretch. 1-0 Giants.
This is a story about you. The incredible you. It starts with your DNA, your 23 pairs of chromosomes that make you unique. Your traits, your tastes. This is a story about why you became who you are. 23andMe.com is the first and only genetic service available directly to you that includes reports that meet FDA standards. You'll get personalized, detailed reports that provide unique insights into your health, traits, and ancestry. Simply order your DNA kit from 23andMe.com, provide your saliva sample at home, and mail it back. Then you'll be notified when your online reports are ready. You'll be able to explore your reports and use tools to compare your genetics with friends and family. See how your 23 pairs of chromosomes help tell the story of one incredible you. Order your DNA kit today at 23andme.com.
So your streaming algorithm thinks you'll like this film about a diamond heist. But unlike you, it didn't just think, duh, the Warriors game's on.
Is there anybody out there that can beat them if they shoot it this well?
If they shoot it this well, there's nobody in the world that can beat this.
Nobody in the world, Doors. Meaning the diamonds can wait. After all, they're safe. In a vault. Silly algorithm.
There are superstars. And then
Top of the world!
there's Connor for real.
You were up there for like 10 seconds.
It's a third of the way to Mars!
Connor, we've talked about this. 30 Seconds to Mars is the name of a band. It's not a fact.
It's Connor!
This summer,
It's Connor's Confessions, Hoverboard Edition.
no star is superer.
You're adding wolves to the tour? When have I ever been wrong before? The wolves are out! Seal, come on! Are you okay?
I'm fine for a second.
Pop star, rated R.
We killed Seal, man!
A true traveler's journey doesn't end at the horizon. so it most certainly doesn't end at gate C47.
With Travelocity, get help through social media 24/7.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Meet the new John Deere Gator XUV 590i, a vehicle so versatile, it owns anything outdoors. 32 horsepower, a 1,200-pound payload, and over 1,000 different ways to configure yours. Go Gator.
Ortho Home Defense drives bugs away and protects against ants, roaches, and spiders for up to a year. The smart ones leave. The stupid ones stay and die. Ortho Home Defense, up to a year of clean living. Don't be one of those people who kill their grass along with their weeds. Use Weed Be Gone. It kills only weeds, not grass, which is precisely what you want. Weed Be Gone. And be forgotten.
Two terrific teams, the Cubs and the Giants, going at it here in San Francisco. And after a bit of a rocky first inning, Madison Bumgarner has been on top of his game ever since. The Cubs left the bases loaded in the first, and they have barely touched him since. 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs allowed, and he's driven in the only run of the game with a double to left field. Let's take a look at our game track, brought to you by Carhartt. Just a run at the bottom of the 5th for the Giants. That's it. Kyle Hendricks pitched well, lifted in the 6th inning. It's been the Madison Bumgarner show here tonight, on the mound and at the plate. And look who it is as he leads off the 7th. Ground ball down to third, right at Bryant for the first out. Meanwhile, in San Diego, they've gone to the 17th inning. The Dodgers and Padres tied at 5. Everything else is a final today, other than that game and this game.
They might start messing with our Clayton Kershaw next Sunday. This thing gets too weird.
I know.
17. That's officially into the weird zone.
Yeah. Some of the other stories around baseball today: the Yankees completed a 4-game sweep of Oakland, beat the A's 5-4 today. Betances the 7th, Miller an unearned run in the 8th, Chapman the 9th. Carlos Perez homered and drove in 5 for the Angels today as they beat Baltimore 10-2. Texas swept Houston. Man, the Astros are struggling. 9-2 the Rangers win. Cole Hamels, 11 strikeouts, 1 earned run in 8 innings. Nomar Mazara homered again, drove in 3. Dallas Keuchel gave up 7 earned runs in 6 innings. His ERA is 5.92 right now.
Since the second half of last season, the Rangers have dominated that series. And the Rangers set to get Yu Darvish back, I think, at some point this week. You look at the broken bat of Madison Bumgarner.
The Mets completed a sweep of Milwaukee today. Noah Syndergaard, 7 innings, 1 unearned run, didn't walk a batter, struck out 11.
Did you see any of the highlights? I mean, it's
it's getting to that next level,
some downhill, just fogging it in there.
Yeah.
Straight gas.
ERA 1.94 for Thor.
And some uncomfortable swings.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I always look at, is what do the hitters look like? I mean, Thor looks just stoic, like a statue.
Pagan strikes out 2 down. Follow live baseball with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. 1-0 Giants, bottom 7 here at AT&T Park. We're coming back here next month. We're going to be here a bunch.
Back in July.
June 12th, we'll be here when the Dodgers are here.
Are we in the seats?
We are in the seats that night. Yeah. Is that right, Andy? That is right.
Can we reserve a kayak for that?
We should be in the Cove. The heck with the seats. They're going to try to show us a shot right now.
Where are we?
Doug Holmes, the world's greatest director. You may have heard he invented the replay. That's where we're sitting, up there. So we're
so we got the Cove
in
our back.
Doug doesn't like to brag, but he did. We're going to be right out there doing a game June the 12th. And we will also be in the seats. Let me see if I pay attention well enough. We will. Don't tell me. Let me guess. He's going to tell me. We will also be in the seats June 5th in St. Louis and June the 19th at Wrigley. Is that right? How about that?
Good job, Dan. You're like 18 level. Way past the 8-year-old.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Span is gone, and that'll end the inning. We're through 7. 1-0 Giants.
Taco Bell's $5 cravings deal. With a cheesy gordita crunch, burrito supreme, nachos, taco, and a Baja Blast. All the cravings one person can handle. Just $5. Only at Taco Bell.
Anything can be new. Not everything can be better. The 2017 Hyundai Elantra with lane departure warning. Not just new, better.
Napoleon makes some of the most coveted grills. Maybe it's the restaurant quality sear from the 1800-degree sizzle zone, the heavenly aroma of the wood chip smoker tray, or all the other engineering details that make a Napoleon a Napoleon. What's really important is that you make one your own.
Hey, Pete. Yeah. You've got your own grill. You know, at your house. Good point.
Napoleon Grills. One day, you'll own the best.
I see you.
20 more years of this job? Yikes. My kids say, go for it, Mom. Be that woman who does what she loves, knows what she wants. Yay, Mom's gonna go for it. Except I don't have a clue where to start.
Hey, we hear you. That's why AARP created Life Reimagined. It's designed to help you find your true passion with personal advice from experts, coaches, and people like you who are going for it.
If you don't think this is right for me, when you think AARP, then you don't know ARP. Get to know us at aarp.org/possibilities.
It's time for Scott's MLB Pitch Hit and Run, the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Sign up today and play your way to the national finals, and you'll get the chance to compete during All-Star Week in San Diego. Sign up for free at pitchhitrun.com.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN is presented by Taco Bell's Beefy Crunch and Cheesy Double Beef Burritos, and in part by Hyundai and Napoleon Grills. Own the best. On to the 8th inning. Here's we move into the evening in San Francisco. The Giants, thanks to Madison Bumgarner's arm and Madison Bumgarner's bat, lead the Cubs 1-0. Javier Baez will pinch hit to lead off the inning. He's batting for Travis Wood. Baez, a guy that Joe Madden is awfully fond of, a terrific defensive player at a number of different positions. He has not had any success in limited at-bats against Bumgarner. Snapped an 0 for 18 with an RBI single yesterday. But generally, they still feel like there is a ton of potential offensively for Baez, whose strikeout rate was enormously high a couple of years ago, but has come down. He pushes a bunt toward first. Belt has it, and the out is called. First base umpire Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, says Baez is out for going out of the baseline to avoid the tag.
Man.
We're going to have an argument.
Yeah, you're allowed to avoid the tag, and you're allowed to go a little ways. We'll see how far he actually went. That seemed like probably something that Joe Madden has a beef here.
This does not strike me as a reviewable play. I may be wrong, but I do not believe you can review this. Joe Madden may not be long for this game. He is steam. If this were reviewable, they'd just be doing it. I don't think this is reviewable. How far to the right did Baez go?
Yeah, that's a bad call.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You're better than that. You're fucking better than that. All right.
Joe Madden saying to Dana DeMuth, you are better than that. Baez was inside the baseline, but never, I mean, his left arm never leaves the lane, never leaves the running lane.
And he's still within reach of the bag. I mean, the fact that he can dive past, look at his left hand, still be able to touch first base tells you that he's within a path avoiding the tag.
Yeah, he had more room to go, frankly, in my opinion. He could have gone further than that even. It's an excellent bunt. It's a pretty good play by Belt of getting to it and quickly getting over, but an excellent athletic play by Baez to avoid that tag. And definitely a break for the Giants.
As angry as the Cubs are now, they're going to be even angrier when they see it after the game, when they look at a replay. It looked like Baez, went several feet to his right, but because he was inside the baseline in fair territory,
exaggerated.
Yeah, it made it look worse than it was. Dexter Fowler.
And really a great effort. I mean, him to be able to maneuver his body the way he did.
Meanwhile, Bumgarner is over 100 pitches. The bullpen is quiet. The most he's thrown in a game this year, 116.
Well, that's another factor in this. I mean, Bumgarner's now flirting with being able to complete this game after a 28-pitch first inning. It's a good job by Belt of getting to that and quickly moving over. But man, did he catch him actually on the?
No, I don't think he did.
The way he reacted to come back to it too. Shows a little bit of athleticism though of Baez.
Curveball in the dirt, 2-2.
And you guys know, with the team's access to instant replay, people in the Cubs dugout probably already know what was on that replay.
Now, Joe Madden argued so quickly, he knew. He really seemed to feel that he was in the right away.
Because he could go back and reach the bag. I mean, I think if he's trying to dive and he's still 2 feet from the bag or to the right of it, then it's obvious he was way out, but he was still right there.
2-2 to Fowler. So Guerin now throwing in the Giants' pen.
And you wonder with Guerin throwing now, is he getting ready for Chris Bryant? If that would mean a runner would be on base for the Cubs.
Another foul back. Seven and a third shutout innings for Bumgarner tonight. The Giants trying to protect a 1-0 lead, take the series. Cubs trying to avoid a 7th loss in their last 11 games. Cubs headed to St. Louis. The Giants stay home and host the Padres beginning tomorrow. 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. And a ground ball to short. Crawford. So 2 outs and the base is empty, and now here's Anthony Rizzo. 0 for 3 tonight, struggling lately, but still a big power threat, big RBI guy for the Chicago Cubs, and this is a 1-run game, so definitely the potential to tie this game with the 1 swing of the bat. Young veteran is what Jake Arrieta called him when we were interviewing Arrieta earlier in the night. Average down to 240, 1 for his last 22, but as you can see, 11 home runs, 34 RBIs, so some great production through the first quarter of the season.
And another one of those hitters tonight on both sides that not only has walked a bunch, but has walked more than he's struck out on the season, which is really a very rare feat.
Big cut and a foul back, 1-1. Josh Osich has joined Guerin in the bullpen. Bumgarner trying to get Rizzo and to get through 8. He knows in all likelihood this is his last batter one way or the other. You could hear him grunt as he muscled up on that fastball, and it's 1-2.
And if he retires Rizzo here in the next couple of pitches, after we saw a breaking ball where Rizzo had a real good swing on a pitch that he fouled straight back, he blows a fastball away on the outer half by Rizzo, as he had one thing in mind, and that was to tie this baby up.
Two and two on Rizzo. Bryant on deck if the inning continues. Great young slugger. One of the best pitchers in the game on the mound.
You see the adjustment there by Rizzo after the big swings, with the idea of, hey, I'm going to look to get a pitch that I can maybe tie this game with 2 strikes. Jesse shortens up a little bit, a little more protection mode there. Short swing, able to spoil that pitch.
There's the curveball. That's the pitch Rizzo struck out on his last at bat. And you know that's in the back of your mind as a hitter. With 2 strikes, you have to protect that pitch, and that's why you see 91 from Bumgarner. He'll look late on it because he had to protect, but now you know he's thrown it. It's a 3-2 count. You got to sit fast.
You know, 2 guys seems like they've been around forever. They're both 26. Bumgarner turns 27 August 1st. Rizzo turns 27 a week later. 2 guys who are terrific and may only get better. In a big moment here in San Francisco. 3-2 pitch. Down and away, ball 4. Bumgarner very upset, and here comes Bruce Bochy.
Bumgarner knew that was probably the last pitch of his night, and frustrated that he lost Rizzo there after he's had his number the entire night. But a great at bat by Rizzo to work that walk.
And a great performance by Madison Bumgarner.
Whether you work on race cars or your own car, you know what it's like to work hard with your hands. There's satisfaction in getting the job done. But when you get the job done right, that's when you earn it. That's when a Busch beer never tasted better. Rewarding hard work since 1955. Here's to earning it.
You always dreamed of a trip to Athens, Greece. You accidentally booked a flight to Athens, Georgia.
With Travelocity, there's no fee to cancel or rebook most flights within 24 hours.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
I forgot to record that show.
Now we have to wait forever to see it.
With DirecTV, you don't.
You see, we got the power to turn back time. That show you missed, let's just go back and find. And let's go back and choose spicy instead of mild. And maybe reconsider having that second child. See, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Amber assumed it was a mirror. Amber assumed all ranch dressings were made equal. Assume nothing. Hidden Valley Ranch has artificial flavors. Kraft Ranch has no artificial flavors, no synthetic colors. No wonder it tastes so good.
Terrific pitcher, very competitive guy, Madison Bumgarner, after having a struggle in the first, loaded the bases, gets through 7 2/3. And really, after that first inning, Jess, he was lights out.
He was doing it with his deception, but also his command. Watch him utilize the lower half of the zone at different speeds. And you see the curveball 3 times. That was the big strikeout against Rizzo at 75 miles per hour. But look at the way he's able to locate his pitches, coming back with his cutter. This was the biggest pitch for him tonight, utilizing his mechanics. Look at that viewpoint for a right-handed hitter, the arm slot coming back over the plate. That's what allowed him to have the night he's had.
Right-hander Corey Guerin comes out of the Giants' pen. 21st appearance of the season, 3rd in as many games. Went a 1/3 of an inning last night through only 9 pitches, through 13 on Friday when he gave up a run in 2/3 of an inning. Facing Chris Bryant with the tying run at first, and Bryant lines one right to Crawford to end the inning. One pitch, one out, one man left on. Still 1-0 Giants.
Cheryl, you're ready to get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
New car what?
New car smart.
Did my mother send you?
You're ready to find out how much your new car will cost over the next 5 years.
I can do that with Kelley?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I'm the voiceover. You're ready to watch expert reviews like it's the thing you love most.
It's awesome.
Yes, awesome. Know all there is to know before buying your next new car. Get more than pricing. Get new car smart with Kelley Blue Book.
Jake Arrieta has won the Cy Young Award and has pitched 2 no-hitters in his last 11 regular season starts. BigTimeBats.com is releasing this translucent full-size 35-inch bat to commemorate one of the greatest streaks of pitching in MLB history. This translucent Jake Arrieta bat has an appearance of a crystal bat and is limited to 500 individually numbered bats and sells for $199.95. This is an extremely small edition of bats. To purchase this spectacular bat, call BigTimeBats.com at 1-866-280-BATS.
When a moment turns romantic, why pause to take a pill? Or stop to find a bathroom? Cialis for daily use is approved to treat both erectile dysfunction and the urinary symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently, day or night. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain or Adempus for pulmonary hypertension, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or any symptoms of an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis and a $200 savings card.
Cavs, Raptors, Game 4, tomorrow at 8:30 on ESPN.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
You're watching Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. A look at Lombard Street, the crookedest street in the world. Here in San Francisco. After we're done here at AT&T Park, close out your weekend with SportsCenter at night with Scott Van Pelt. He'll have a full breakdown of Warriors Thunder Game 3. Not a happy game for people in this part of the country. Lightning Pens Game 5. And a look at all the MLB highlights as well. SportsCenter at night coming up next right here on ESPN. Pedro Strop into the game for the Cubs. 1-0 Giants, bottom of the 8th. Panic, Duffy, Posey.
Strop with the big arm, fastball in the mid-90s. A lot of sliders, an occasional split. That was that split change there. And there's a look, Dan, at the quick pitch you talked about with Strop.
Well, I asked you as a hitter, is that fair game? How did you feel, or how would you feel with a guy who does it? And Strop does it a lot.
Yeah, I think it is fair game, and it's something as a hitter that you've got to know who are the pitchers that might do that, because it's something that can certainly destroy your timing if you're not aware that he does something like that. The thing you've got to look at too as a hitter is, hey, sometimes it's something that could throw him off mechanically, so you're more inclined to get a mistake, and that's what you hope to take advantage of as a hitter. But you've got to know that, hey, this is something that Strop does. I got to be ready for it.
Yes, he did. The ball in the dirt. Ross recovers and throws him out. It feels to me like your opinion is in the minority, that it's fair game, because you see a lot of hitters. You see yelling from dugout to dugout sometimes when this kind of thing happens.
I think it's within the rules. You see Johnny Cueto do it a lot as a starting pitcher. I think it's fair game and something you've got to be aware of. And it's something that, hey, can throw them off mechanically. So maybe you get a mistake out of it. You've got to know it as a hitter.
Here's Matt Duffy, 0 for 2 with a walk. And he's going to get himself a base hit. Went the other way with it. Bounced it into right field.
I will say one thing that did bother me as a hitter as we look at this. Looked like a fastball in the outer half. Or was it a slider? Oh, fastball on the edge there that Duffy does a good job of just shooting the other way. As you see Rizzo playing way off the line, really no chance for him to get that ball. The one thing I didn't like when a guy with a say, a runner on base where you have to come to a stop in the set position. I felt like if they didn't come to a stop, that would sometimes throw me off from a timing standpoint. I'd get mad at the umpire, saying, hey, he's got to stop. Not so much for the base runner, but for me, who.
But that's a balk.
That's a balk,
yeah.
Right? That's what would upset me. As you look at Johnny Cueto, who's mixes up his deliveries a ton.
He takes it to another level because he'll do that. He'll take his time. You don't know what's coming.
How about what the Giants are getting out of Cueto and Samardzija so far this year?
Definitely their money's worth. And the way that they started early, they kind of stubbed their toes a little bit. Looked like they needed to get their feet wet. And with Jeff Samardzija on the season he had last year, I mean, he came here feeling so confident. Think about a change of scenery, just the better defense that he has now behind him. We showcased it with the package you talked about, Booney behind Bumgarner, but just the confidence and the level that he's at right now. 2 great pickups, 2 and 3 in the starting rotation.
Posey has walked, grounded out, and popped up.
It's amazing to me how late Buster Posey can make contact with power. I mean, that was practically in David Ross's glove when he swung, and then he hits it all the way. Almost 400 feet foul.
Strike 3 called.
Well, just a great call. They messed Posey up with the slider. They got him some bad swings. Then they went fastball, and then they went what maybe looked like a chase pitch off the start, but watch him run this thing back to the outside corner. David Ross shows it perfectly there to Ed Hickox, and Ed definitely does catch that outside corner at the bottom of the zone. Perfect execution by Pedro Strop.
And that's going to end the inning. We are through 8. This is it. Cubs coming up at the top of the 9. Zobrist, Soler, and Russell down 1-0.
Get your home in shape for summer with great Memorial Day savings now at Lowe's. Like 4 bags of Stay Green soil for only $10. Plus, get 12-pack annuals, 2 for only $12. Hurry in today to make your home happy at Lowe's.
The new Ego Power Plus blower, the industry's most powerful cordless blower. It produces a staggering 530 cubic feet of air per minute and features Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery technology. The Power Plus blower delivers superior loosening power and runs for over an hour on a single charge. The new Ego Power Plus blower, exclusively at the Home Depot and Ego authorized dealers.
Thanks for coming today.
How you doing?
Well, today's going to be pretty easy. I want each of you to grab a 2x8 and cut it. You'll have 2 saws to choose from, a power saw or a hand saw. So which saw did you use?
Power saw.
Power saw. Power saw. You all chose the most powerful tool. Wouldn't it make sense to make the same choice when it comes to your truck?
Absolutely.
This is the 2016 Chevy Silverado. It offers the most powerful engine in its class.
Awesome. I'd say it's the best tool for the job.
Right on.
What's it going to be? An oven-baked DiGiorno or waiting for delivery?
Did you have that beard when we ordered?
A hot, fresh-baked crust or...
Did we order extra soggy?
Don't settle for delivery. Rise to the occasion. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Have a garden? Then you know. Weeds are low-down little scoundrels. Draw the line with Roundup. The Sure Shot wand extends with a protective shield to target weeds precisely and kill them right down to the root. Draw the line with the Roundup Sure Shot wand.
Rizzo Souvenir Company. As the muscle of the Chicago Cubs lineup, Anthony Rizzo and Chris Bryant have gone into business. Wow! The souvenir business.
Help me help you get some baseballs. It's a good deal, Joe. Take it or leave it.
Deal.
Woo!
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Top 9 here in San Francisco. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, and here's Santiago Casilla. 11 for 14 in safe situations this year, on to try to protect a 1-0 lead. Ben Zobrist will lead it off, take the breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike. Casilla picked up a save in last night's game. After Zobrist, it'll be Soler and Russell. 4, 5, 6 in the Cub lineup. Oh, and 2. Zobrist 3 for 5 in his career against Casilla, and 1 for 3 tonight. Infield playing Zobrist to pull. Outfielders basically straight away. Here's a ball driven to center field and deep. Racing back Span, and he makes the catch.
Denard Span, he gets a good jump on this fly ball, but watch him get turned around. He's going to turn his back not once but twice, and here's what you see every outfielder never want to get themselves in a position is backpedaling. Because why? He's almost falling down, but talk about the athleticism. Not only does he go from the back pedal, but watch the hops backwards to make the catch, knowing the wall that's there. That's a great recovery by a veteran outfielder that got caught in the back pedal to make the grab.
The Giants have been playing great defense all over the field tonight. 1 down to the 9th inning, and a swing and a miss by Soler.
So far with Casilla, we've seen a little bit of everything. He's a 4-pitch mix: fastball, curveball, slider, and occasional change. And we've seen all 4 of those pitches already in the first 4 pitches.
Misses outside at 95. A ball and a strike. Now inside, ball 2. Bumgarner went 7 2/3 tonight, gave up 3 hits, 2 walks, hit a batter, and struck out 6. Looking for his 6th win of the season. Corey Guerin got 1 out on 1 pitch in his outing to end the 8th inning, and now Casilla with 1 out of the 9th. Ball 3. Madison, Russell waiting on deck. A strike, it's full.
It's a good job by Soler here. Even though it's a strike running in on the inside corner, it's not a pitch that he wants to offer at. He's looking, setting his sights out over the plate. You see that tailing inside. That's a pitch that probably blows up or certainly gets in on the hand. So a good 3-1 take by Soler. But now with a 4-pitch mix guy, anything is possible. So you've just got to kind of protect the plate here.
Swing and a miss, 2 down. And the Giants are an out away from taking the series from the Cubs. It'll be Russell who has struck out in all 3 at-bats. You can see both of these teams again on Tuesday. The Cubs at the Cardinals Tuesday night, 7 Eastern, and then the Giants hosting the Padres 10 Eastern. A great doubleheader Tuesday night here on ESPN. Sports Center at night with Scott Van Pelt coming up after the ball game. The Giants are out away. You know, so much can happen. It's still so early in the season, but wouldn't this be a fun playoff series? Whether it was a division series or an NLCS. Two teams with very high hopes to play deep into October.
Two great teams, two great fan bases, two great rich traditions, and two great ballparks.
Great ballparks.
And a fun cast of characters on both sides.
Giants win it. Casilla with a save, striking out a couple in the 9th inning. And what a fun ball game here in San Francisco tonight. A pitcher's duel as Madison and Bumgarner and the San Francisco Giants defeat the Chicago Cubs 1-0, handing the Cubs their 7th loss in their last 11 games. Still have the best record in baseball, mind you. And the Giants move to 8 games over 500. They've now won 10 of their last 11 games as they get set to entertain the San Diego Padres over the next 3 nights. You can see the Cubs and Cardinals Tuesday night here on ESPN, and then after that you can see the Giants and the Padres. Madison Bumgarner the win, and he drives in the only run of the game with an RBI double. The Giants win 1-0. For Aaron Boone, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney, and our entire ESPN Sunday Night crew, I'm Dan Shulman saying so long from San Francisco. SportsCenter is next.
Dan, thanks very much. San Francisco takes 2 of 3 from Chicago. The Bay Area basketball team has dropped 2 out of 3, and tonight they lost by a lot. We'll hear from the Thunder, Stars, and obviously the Warriors as well. How worried are they? Full post-game on the way.
My experience with USAA is awesome. Homeowners insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance. I spent 20 years active duty. They still refer to me as gunnery sergeant when I call. Being a USAA member, because of my service in the military, to pass that on to my kids, something that makes me happy. My name is Roger Zapata, and I'm a USAA member for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Get an insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
Scott's, the official sponsor of Major League Baseball and guys who wish they could play Major League Baseball. It's good out here.
Amber assumed it was a mirror. Amber assumed all ranch dressings were made equal. Assume nothing. Hidden Valley Ranch has artificial flavors. Kraft Ranch has no artificial flavors, no synthetic colors. No wonder it tastes so good.
Audi pilotless vehicles have conquered highways, mountains, and racetracks. And now, much of that same advanced technology is found in the new Audi A4, with one notable difference. The all-new Audi A4 with available traffic jam assist.
And now your weekend forecast.
Jen, we have the best travel conditions of the year. Beautiful day at Super 8 and Ramada. Sunny skies at Days Inn and a nice beachy breeze at Wyndham. And it's all one system called Wyndham Rewards. When you book at WyndhamRewards.com and stay twice, you get $100 in Wyndham Rewards gift cards.
Stay twice and get $100 in Wyndham Rewards gift cards and save up to 25%.
Cavs, Raptors, Game 4, tomorrow at 8:30 on ESPN.
What's happening? Welcome in. I'm Scott Van Pelt. This is Sports Center. We are with you until a long time. Your day in sports coming a bit later in Sports Center, but for now we are focused specifically on the Western Conference Finals. Game 3, Oklahoma City, they annihilate Golden State. We'll be hearing from both sides of the ledger. Brendan Haywood is here, Kevin Connors and Michael Wilbon out from site in a moment. But let's just show you, for those of you enjoying the baseball game, how we got where we are. It was 40-40 in the second, and then OKC goes on a huge run, and this right here will dominate the conversation on Monday on your radio shows and your talk TV shows. Steven Adams, who I don't know if you could hurt if you hit him in the head with a stick, but I know you can hurt a man if you do that. Draymond gets Steven Adams in the junk, and the intent of that kick will be, I'm sure, put under the microscope. They give Green a flagrant one. Dante Jones punched a man there. He got suspended a game. You wonder what will happen. Green's upset. Everybody's upset. But the folks in OKC are thrilled because Durant here in transition, and the thin man gets to the rim. He had a game-high 33, and they are going to blow this open starting right here. Dion Waiters, don't have to ask him twice. He goes off glass. They're up 13. Then Steph Curry comes up short. Steph Curry looking for Draymond, bothered at the rim by Durant, and this is Durant in a nutshell. Long enough to bother you there, and then he can do that in transition. All three of these, and now it's 40-40, right? And now it's 64-47 after you see Durant challenge and then bury the three. Kerr wore that look all night. Some nights you just know it isn't going to be your night, and this is not Golden State's night. The Thunder, absolutely sensational. Waiters to the rim. Right before the half, Clay gets a good look. No, Ibaka, Westbrook, and to add insult to injury, Westbrook fouled by Draymond. He goes to the line, and he and Durant did a lot of work there. They went 21 of 23 from the free throw line, 20 of 34 from the floor, and it could have been so much worse. They end up winning 133-105, and the defending champs, Coach Steve Kerr, moments ago.
Well, a break here or there, I thought we had him.
Tim Kawakami, Mercury News. What did you see in the play where Draymond ended up kicking Steven Adams? It was your side of floor. Did you see that clearly?
I thought it was inadvertent. There's contact on the play. I was shocked they even looked at it. And Scott Foster told me that they were looking at it to either determine whether it was flagrant 1 or flagrant 2. And I was in shock because, I mean, there's inadvertent contact all the time on plays. So that really surprised me.
Would you be stunned, or would you think it's unfair if the NBA does look at that as a possible suspension?
Oh, I would think they would rescind it. I mean, no, honestly, I mean, stuff like that happens all the time. There's contact, people's arms, legs flailing. If they think it's on purpose, play the game. You know, this stuff happens all the time. I mean, Westbrook kicks out his feet on every three, and there's contact, and I mean it's just part of the game. So I don't understand how that can be deemed a flagrant 1. I think it should be rescinded.
Coach Michael Kenny, can this talk about at what point did the game start to get away from you? Was it on the offensive side, defensive side, every single facet?
All of the above. I think it was like 40-40, maybe 42-40. Our second unit came in, did a really good job. And we were moving the ball. We started to get control of them defensively. And then we put our starters back in, and they stopped moving the ball. We were taking quick shots, which was just feeding their transition. It wasn't so much turnovers. It was more just bad shots, quick shots, no movement. We weren't forcing them to defend at all. And that's death here, because this team is athletic on their home floor. They're going to push the ball like crazy, and they got going in transition and just opened it wide open.
Dean Blevin, CBS Oklahoma City. Steve has
Did games go this way back? I mean, when you played, it seemed that the Thunder was down 43 in their first game to San Antonio. They lose by 34, I think. You guys had them the other night. Now they get up 35 or so on you. What's up with the game today? Has the game changed where you have more blowouts like this?
I don't think it's changed at all. I was a Laker fan growing up, and I think it was about 1985, they lost game 1 in the Garden by 45 points. They won the series. It happens.
Steve, Phil Barber, Santa Rosa Press, Democrat. Sometimes you'll hear a coach or a player say it's harder to come back mentally from a close loss, a last-second loss, than a blowout like this. Are you feeling like that now or not particularly?
We got our butts kicked, so it doesn't matter whether it's 1 point or 30. It's you got to look at the tape and you got to figure out how you can be better, and then you come back with a better effort. But they were the more desperate team tonight. They were beating us to loose balls, to rebounds, and as I said, our quick shots just fed their transition, and they got their crowd involved. They were fantastic.
Barry Trammell with the Oklahomans. Steve, their small lineup with no Adams or Cantor really hurt you tonight, unlike in Oakland. What was it about that smaller lineup that affected you tonight?
It didn't really matter which lineup it was. It was, again, the quick shots fed transition, and when they're smaller, they're going to be a little faster. And so that was just happened to be the point where we really stopped moving the ball, stopped cutting, and all those quick shots with their fast lineup out there caused a lot of problems for us.
Steve, I know you talked about the offense fueling their transition, but your defense seemed like it wasn't anywhere near where it normally is. What specifically was the problem on that side of the ball?
They just outcompeted us. Often times in the NBA, the team that is a little hungrier, a little more desperate, they're gonna win the small battles. And against a team like this, you lose the small battles on their home floor, you're in big trouble. And that's what happened. We didn't compete hard enough or well enough to stay in the game. It's all troubling. When you lose by 30, it's all troubling.
Eric G., the franchise, going back to the flagrant one, that's when Oklahoma City went on their run. How much did the aftermath of all that affect you guys emotionally?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to answer that question. It was an important play, but when you lose by this much, you can't point to one play as being the difference, obviously. It didn't go our way, and we didn't respond very well afterwards.
Steve, Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle. Draymond was 1 for 9, minus 43. Just a bad night. What does he have to do to come back? He's your leader on there, your emotional leader. What does he have to do now to get you guys back on track?
Just be himself.
Another Draymond question, though. I mean, you talk about the energy not being there or the competitive level. He is such a key part of that. Do you think he was competitively in this game as much as he usually is?
I don't think any of us were. I think, I didn't have him ready to play, obviously. I didn't think any of our guys competed at the level, not just in terms of how hard we're playing, but in terms of using our brains and moving the ball and making them work. We didn't do any of that, and we got what we deserved.
Monty Poole, CSN Bay Area. Steve, it looked like the guys were not only taking quick shots, but they also missed a lot of shots, even at the rim. Can you remember a game at all in the last couple of years where they seemed to miss so many shots that were open or at the rim?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to look at the tape to see that, but it did feel like we missed a lot of layups, a lot of shots around the rim, and our transition defense was bad. We did not have a couple of guys back. There was one play where we had all 5 guys underneath the foul line, and we got lucky. We made a deflection. Westbrook was running out, and we got a deflection and stole the ball. But you can't have all 5 guys below the foul line. You got to have a couple back. And so we were we were not there. We were not there mentally or physically.
Ben Balch, Los Angeles Times, back here. You talked about being down 2-1 in series, but how much different is this challenge with Westbrook and Durant and the way they're playing right now?
Well, every series is different. Every challenge is different. We were down 2-1 twice last year in Memphis, in Cleveland. Both times got blown out in Game 3, and we responded well. So, we have that memory. And I'm confident that we're going to come out and play a really good game in Game 4, and we'll see what happens.
A couple of things with Steve Kerr. First of all, because he did this, the TV piece, he's fantastic from our perspective because he answers your questions. He doesn't get mad that you ask them. He actually answers them, and if you do what we do, we appreciate that. Take in order what he said. The kick from Draymond, he points out that guys like Westbrook kick all the time on shots. I'll buy that. But because Draymond has done this already once in this series with Adams, you wonder how the NBA will look at this. The fact that the NBA already has said flagrant one. Kerr's saying to have it rescinded. He said they took quick shots, sure. But the bottom line for tonight, the only thing that really matters tonight is OKC was fantastic, and they were. And Kerr was absolutely right. We'll see what they do in Game 4 on Tuesday night. Kerr says he expects them to play well. For now, we talk about Game 3, and for that, we get it out to OKC, Kevin Connors and Michael Wilbon. Kevin?
All right, Scott, thanks very much. We had the wow moment of the regular season the last time these two teams played in this building. From right back there, Steph Curry hitting a 37-footer, helping the Warriors win in overtime. Michael, the fans in this building had about 48 minutes worth of wow moments tonight. I think you and I I think everybody's stunned at what happened tonight. How would you describe what you saw tonight in Game 3?
It was just a runaway. I don't think in 30 years of covering the NBA, very often I've seen a sitting champion clowned. But that's what they were. And it's hard to picture the Warriors who play with such intellect all the time. It's a signature of their play. Play without intellect, without energy, just as Steve Kerr said, for that long a period of time, and it became a dunk show. I mean, all Oklahoma City did with all the energy it had was play freely and wind up with uncontested shots, largely shot over 50%. And Golden State was like in some sort of fog, Kevin, and I don't think we really are understanding that yet, and we'll still be waiting for some explanations to come out of that dressing room to see if they concur with what their coach said, that they just didn't show. They didn't compete. And I don't recall a time when the Warriors didn't compete. They just didn't show. In a game in the Western Conference Finals, that's different from last year to me in my memory, being 2-1 down to Memphis, being 2-1 down to Cleveland, to just not post. What is there? Did they peak already in the 73-win regular season? Is the gas tank starting to sort of back down toward E?
You're questioning that after one game.
One game, because it's the tone of it. Not that they just lost. You can lose. Whether you're talking about Russell or Wilt or Magic or Michael or Larry Bird, they all lost games in the finals. And so conference finals too. But there's something mysterious about this. And they got, and I know that Steve Kerr did a masterful job. You and I had smiles on our faces. He did a wonderful job selling that this wasn't a foul that the NBA should look at again tomorrow. But we don't know what's going to happen there.
Well, what did you see? I mean, they called it a flagrant one on the floor. As you pointed out, Steve Kerr said, hey, the NBA should take that away. But there are a lot of people saying that should be a flagrant 2, which would mean he would miss the next game.
Well, they got to look at it. Billy Donovan is going to have to address this, too. He's at the podium now. Let's listen to Billy Donovan.
Hey, Gallo, OKCThunder.com. Billy, from the outset, it seemed like both Kevin and Russ had a lot more room to operate in the pick and roll. What were you guys able to do from a spacing standpoint to allow those guys to play make for you?
Yeah, we tried to do some different things, to create some opportunities for Kevin and Russell just to, play a little bit more downhill. Again, I thought both of them did a really good job reading defense and making decisions. I thought our ball movement was very good. I thought we extra passed. I thought we got everybody involved. It was good to see that. I know when we subbed there the last 6 minutes of the game, we were a little bit out of sorts offensively, but I thought for the most part we shot a pretty high percentage. I thought because we made good decisions with the ball.
Barry Trammell with the Oklahoma, and Billy, you really zipped out both third quarter and second quarter with your small lineup. No, first quarter and second quarter with you going small, taking Steven out, putting Dion in. What was it about that small lineup that really worked tonight, and does it give you even more confidence in this series? You beat them in game one mostly with your big lineup. Now you've dominated in a game with the small guys.
Yeah, you know, I just think because of our roster and the flexibility in our roster and the guys and just how invested they are, you know, different series bring out different situations. You know, obviously we had a run there with Ennis and Steven against San Antonio, and you know, we still like that lineup and still want to utilize that lineup. But also I felt like with Curry and Klay Thompson on the court, and then Klay coming off, you know, for us defensively, it may have been a little bit better in terms of us being able to guard, created maybe a little bit more spacing for us on offense. We had several different ball handlers in there that could help contribute and make plays alongside of Russell and Kevin. So there were some positive things. I think it gave Andre some room and space to do some things that was helpful. It gave, you know, Dion some opportunities. So I thought that group there, to your point, it gave us a little bit of a boost in that first and second quarter, and then in the fourth.
Ben Balch, Los Angeles Times. Steve said he thought the Draymond kick to Steven was inadvertent, was shocked they even went back and looked at it, and thinks it'll be rescinded as a flagrant one. What was your take on that play?
Well, you know, I think, you know, a couple things. One is the league, you know, is going to review those things. You know, I think that they probably look at, you know, those plays very closely. You know, it happened, I think, last game to Steven. And again, I'm not here to say whether or not it was or was not intentional. I don't know. But, you know, obviously it's happened twice in the last two games. And, you know, that's something the league will take a look at. I'm sure they look at probably precedent or things that have happened in the past, and they go through it. You know, I look at it more from a standpoint of what we can control. I was really, really proud of Steven, you know, just in both situations, that he did not retaliate or get upset. You know, because I think it's easy to lose your emotion in a moment like that, and he didn't. You know, Steven's a tough guy. I think he's a team guy. And, you know, sometimes someone like him that doesn't necessarily draw attention to it, you know, a lot of times something like that maybe doesn't get looked at. But again, I'm not saying it was or was not intentional. I have no idea. I didn't even look up at the replay monitor. I was trying to talk to the guy, so I didn't have a real good view of the play to really comment on it. But I know it happened to Steven a couple times. And listen, it's for the league. The league's going to look at it. They make those decisions. I'm sorry?
Did you think it was a pivotal play in the game?
Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of plays in the game. And, you know, I think we, at least for us, we've got to react to whatever's going on inside the game. You know, whether it was viewed a flagrant foul or not, whether it was their ball, we've got to play. There's going to be things that are going to happen in the game. And once they happen, we've got to respond and try to react to them.
All right, the thoughts of Thunder head coach, and might I add, Rockville Center, New York native Billy Donovan here. You know, we're in the midst of a presidential campaign season, and we've seen some terrific politicking from both head coaches talking about the Draymond Green situation.
Those were good, weren't they, Kevin?
Very good. What's your take? How is the league going to handle this?
The league's going to look at it very closely. Billy Donovan, certainly, I'm going to echo what he said in those comments. They're going to look at it closely. They're going to try and determine whether there was intent. Does Draymond Green have a long enough history? We just seen Dante Jones of the Cavaliers be suspended for a game for something I guess you might want to call similar. Dante Jones has a history as an instigator, and he's come off the bench and been involved in fracases before in his career, and that may weigh heavily or not in the league's decision. But they're going to look at it. And once you're looking at it, and again, Steve Kerr was great.
Right.
When he
Take it away.
Take it away. It's not even a flagrant one. Steve got out there and got ahead of it in the way. Listen, whatever little lobbying you might do to keep one of your stars in the game, in the series, if Draymond Green is suspended for Game 4, the Golden State Warriors are in enormous trouble. Especially you figure Draymond Green coming off a 1-for-9 shooting performance when he had more turnovers than assists. it seemed to me to be the worst game I've ever seen Draymond Green play.
It's almost like that call almost affected him because he was not the same player that we've seen for the past couple seasons.
No, he wasn't, Kevin. And so you got to figure he's going to bounce back. Now, he's going to bounce back only if you have him on the court.
Right.
If you don't have him, so who knows where the league is going to go with this. They're going to look at it. That's the only thing we know until sort of midday tomorrow. But the Warriors have so many things. You know, the Warriors did accomplish one thing. They prevented Russell Westbrook from getting a triple-double because they were so awful. Westbrook didn't need to be on the court in the fourth quarter to get the 2 rebounds he needed to record one.
2 rebounds shy and 31 minutes of play here. Let's bring it back to the game. I thought one of the real telling statistics in Game 2 was the fact that the Thunder had Russell Westbrook had no fast break field goals in Game 2. It was a totally different story tonight, Scott. Up-tempo style of play for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and in Game 3, they utterly dominate. 2-1 they lead.
Fellas, thank you very much. We will get back to OKC with more. Brendan Haywood with me. And before we get your thoughts on this, we'll get back to Kevin Durant, one of the stars of the game, afterwards without Chris Broussard.
Kevin, I've been with you guys virtually the whole playoffs. You've had some great performances. This may be the best one. Explain what happened here tonight.
Oh, we just went out there. We just went out there and had fun with the game, played with passion, and we just played extremely hard. This team is tough to stop, but we didn't. You know, they scored. We just kept playing. We kept playing with pace, and we rebounded the basketball better than we did last game.
The first 2 games, you had struggled with turnovers. Yeah. Shot about 44%. Tonight, 10 of 15 from the floor, 33 points, and only 1 turnover. How'd you turn it around?
I just try to play solid. You know, they're trying to make the home run pass. You know, my teammates did a good job of taking a lot of pressure off me. Andre was good and setting picks for me. Russell was good and, you know, just finding me in an open spot so I can score. So, you know, I got to watch film and see how I can even correct, you know, more of my turnovers, more of my possessions, and see how I can be better.
After the incident with Draymond Green, where he kicked Steven Adams, you guys went on a 24-5 run to end the half and basically put it away. Did that ignite you guys?
We just wanted to keep playing. We wasn't fazed by anything. We didn't let anything distract us. We just kept playing. You know, no matter what they scored, we just kept moving it. You know, if we got to stop, we just kept running. So, you know, we're trying not to let anything distract us and just keep playing ball.
You guys, your last 2 games at home, you blew out the Spurs and the Warriors. I know you talked after Game 1 about desperation. We got to remain desperate. You guys weren't able to do it. How do you do that on Tuesday night?
We just got to play with the same energy and passion. You know, I've been telling the guys, you know, just continue to have fun with the game. There's a lot of pressure from the outside world, but if you're just looking at the locker room, everybody's just enjoying it. And we just got to come out and take care of the game plan. I think we were physical tonight, and we rebounded the basketball. That's the formula for us.
Thanks, KD. Good game. Guys, back to you.
As we're watching this game tonight, you used a word that we haven't heard associated with Golden State much over the past couple of years. That's shook, and they looked that way. And you said something that I thought was really interesting about these last couple of years, that Golden State hasn't really dealt with any real adversity like this. So now what do?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. They've been down 2-1 before to Memphis. They were down 2-1 to the Cavs team I was on last year in the finals. But none of those teams possess the talent that they're seeing right now. The Cavs team last year didn't have Kyrie Irving, didn't have Kevin Love. Memphis, they're a good team, but they don't have the superstar that OKC has. We have never seen them down to a team of this caliber, this ilk, and they got dominated like this. They've lost games,
sure,
but this wasn't a game where they can be like, hey, OKC got hot.
Mm-hmm.
OKC only hit 8 threes.
Right.
OKC had 62 points in the paint. This was a kick in the mouth. They kicked the Warriors in the teeth, and the Warriors didn't respond well.
And I totally agree about you got superstars. You have two true superstars.
Two top 5 players.
On the Thunder squad. And, you know, it's a fascinating time because all of what they got through this year, and there were moments when they had to win for this record, but this is different, man. If you lose on Tuesday night, this whole season could go up in smoke. Kerr says he thinks his team will respond. Do you?
I think the team will respond because it's human nature. What happens in a situation like this, the team that blows the other team out, they start feeling good about themselves for a day. They don't come out quite as hungry. The team that got beat up and got blown out, they feel embarrassed. They know they have to come with more energy, passion. Everything that Steve Kerr talks about in practice is going to be about energy, playing hard. We saw it with Toronto. Toronto got blown out 2 games in a row.
Yeah,
came out with so much energy.
Yep.
We saw this with OKC against the Spurs. When the Spurs blew them out game 1 last series, everybody thought the series was over. OKC came back with so much energy the next game. I think we're going to see the best we see the Warriors play next game.
I'm going to get your thoughts on Draymond in a moment, but first, new on SportsCenter, Draymond from the locker room asked about a miserable night for him.
Yeah, 7-minute stretch. You know, the game was right there, and then we went ISO basketball again, and everything went bad. Every time we went ISO, they got a dunk or a 3. So we just got to be better. You know, just like game 1, I think our offense killed our defense. You know, we were right there in the game. Our second unit came in and gave us a great lift after we fought back in the first quarter, and we came in and dropped the ball. So I know I have to be a lot better. I missed a ton of layups, and it's just bad, you know, foul on the 3 at the end of the quarter. Like, I just completely lost my poise, and you know, I can't do that as a leader. So you know, it'll be all right. At the end of the day, it's a 7-game series. We got to come here and win 1 game. So whether that's game 4 or game 6, we got to do it. And, you know, it'll be great to do that in game 4, you know, and kind of get home court advantage back. So it'll be all right.
Are you at all worried about potential suspension for the flagrant?
No. I thought it would probably get rescinded. I followed through on a shot. Like, I try and kick somebody in the men's section. I'm sure he want to have kids one day. I'm not trying to end that on the basketball court. That don't make sense, you know. So I brought the ball over the top this way. I don't think I know.
All right, some technical difficulties there, but it segues to a question I was obviously going to get to. We're watching this in real time. What'd you think?
You know what? I know they're trying to sell it right now. I think he did it a little bit on purpose. I don't think he meant to just kick him like that, but I think he followed through a little bit. And I think this is a situation the NBA has to look at. If Dante Jones got a game for punching Bismack Biyombo in that area, I think Draymond Green's possibly going to have to sit down for this.
And I think what Donovan said, and I agree with him, and I said as much coming out of Kerr's sound, and I understand what Steve's trying to do, but it's happened now twice in 2 games. And, I mean, if they sit him, I mean, now he's minus 43 tonight, but Draymond, the importance to this team is understood. I mean, I don't know how they win a 4th game, game 4 without him, but do you think I mean, and that's all anyone's going to talk about on Monday, on top of the blowout, is should he be sat down or not? Do you think he should be?
I think he should be suspended. I think if Dante, like I said, if you set a precedent, if Dante Jones gets suspended for a similar action, then you have to suspend Draymond Green. You can't just pick and choose who you want to suspend because it's easier to suspend a guy that's on the bench as opposed to a guy that's probably one of the better players in the NBA. He got to sit. He has to go.
I totally agree with what you're saying. And the precedent, the NBA almost boxed themselves in now, because if you did that to Jones for and this is now twice. But it's clear that the talking points coming out of Golden State's locker room are it should be rescinded, because first Kerr says it, and now Draymond said it. We will continue with much more. Hopefully we can get back to what Draymond had to say. We'll get more of Brendan's thoughts as the Thunder absolutely destroy the reigning champion. Could have been worse. They took their foot off the gas the last 12 minutes.
And I turn around, and there's 3 rattlesnakes.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't worry, Rob. You're covered.
State Farm agents are there whenever you need them.
Introducing new Mist Twist, the only lemon lime soda with a twist of real juice. It's a crisp, refreshing twist on lemon lime. Yes, twist. Insist on the twist. Yes, twist.
This project took a lot longer than I was expecting. That turned out to be the best part.
Thanks for coming today.
How you doing?
Well, today's going to be pretty easy. I want each of you to grab a 2x8 and cut it. You'll have 2 saws to choose from, a power saw or a hand saw. So which saw did you use?
Power saw.
Power saw. Power saw. You all chose the most powerful tool. Wouldn't it make sense to make the same choice when it comes to your truck?
Absolutely.
This is the 2016 Chevy Silverado. It offers the most powerful engine in its class.
Awesome.
I'd say it's the best tool for the job.
Right on.
What? I can pour this champagne on my phone and it still work.
What?
Yeah, look. Kenny, I'm about to put you in a fish tank.
What? That's crazy.
Your phone can't do that, Max. Here, I have another.
The new water-resistant Galaxy S7 Edge.
This is it, kid. Righteous! Here we go. And wait!
Here we go. Wait, are you serious?
You understand.
I totally understand now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
What were we talking about?
Dory!
My family! I have to find them. They're blue with maybe yellow. That sounds right. Mom! Dad!
We should just pick two and let's go.
Dad.
What? I'm kidding.
Wow.
In 3D, June 17th. Rated PG.
Rebecca told Taco Bell she'd fold 1,000 paper swans. Brian said he'd wear 55 pounds of salmon in bear country. And Patrick, he said he'd literally do anything. Fans promised to do lots of things to bring back their favorite burritos.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
A promise is a promise, Patrick. Grab the cheesy double beef or the beefy crunch burrito for just $1. Fan favorite burritos. Get them before they're gone.
Take your time, take your time, take your time. No need to hurry. Take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. No need to hurry. No slipping, no sliding.
The Corona can always finds its beach.
A nation rose up as one to defend the North. And the battle for the East is just heating up. The Eastern Conference Finals, Cavs, Raptors, Game 4 tomorrow at 8:30 on ESPN.
Live on SportsCenter, the two superstars of the Thunder who combined for 63 points at the podium.
Plays that change these games?
Yeah. I mean, we try to cover for each other and just make plays at the rim, and was able to make one. And when we get out in transition, we're pretty good. So just try to get stops and go as quick as we can. This team is good when they just set up and they can kind of dictate where they want you to go on the defensive end. So if we come at them a little quicker and get them off balance a little bit, it's to our advantage.
Nate Duncan from the Cauldron was playing smaller with Ibaka at center and trying to push the pace and emphasis during these 3 days off that y'all had?
I mean, it was good for us. Like Kevin said, when we got opportunities to get some stops and get out in transition, and we got an opportunity to show our athleticism and get easy baskets. So it all starts with our defense. It's not much offense. Is when we get stops, it's tough to stop us in transition.
John Herrick, ESPN Radio and Enid. You guys outscored the Warriors 62-44 in the paint, out-rebounded them 52-38. Did it feel like your guys' dominance in the paint was opening up a lot of those jump shots that you had? Because it looked like you guys had some really good looks off the inside game there.
Yeah, I mean, when we get to the paint, and, I think that you got to guard the paint. You can't give up layups. Teams don't want to give up layups. So when we get into the paint, guys were kicking out for open shots, and we was making a few. And then we made multiple drives. When you make multiple drives, that just shifts the defense a little bit, and, it's to our advantage.
Travis Singleton, can you just talk about the confidence that Andre's been playing with as of late? He's been definitely helping on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dre's been great since the playoffs started. I mean, even all year long, he's constantly knocking out open shots, playing great on both sides of the floor. Myself and Kevin and the other guys that handled the ball, trusting in him to make shots. And tonight was one of those nights where he made open shots, rebounded the basketball, played well on both ends.
Eric G., the franchise. Kevin, this is for you. When you see something like that kick go down, how difficult is it for the team to just kind of stay emotionally intact, not retaliate, and do something stupid after something like that?
I mean, when you get to this point in the season, you gotta be a smart team. We can't let anything distract us. That's always been like the mantra. Just gotta not worry, not try to let anything distract us. And I think, everybody just stayed together. We just kept playing. That's one thing we always say: just keep playing no matter what. And tonight, we just kept our foot on the gas and just kept cruising. And was able to get stops, to get easy baskets in transition, get 50-50 basketball. So we just, I think it's just to keep playing, do it all, do, questionable calls, do, stoppages in the game, whatever, missed shots, turnovers, just keep playing. And tonight we did that.
Eric Horney, Oklahoman. I have a question for Kevin and Russell. Kevin, what happened on that play where you were backtracking in the third quarter and it looked like Harrison kind of caught you on the back of your leg? And Russell, the way you and Deion started the game, y'all were really distributing the ball well. Do you feel like that's infectious and it spreads throughout the team when you guys start the game passing the ball your way you did?
My foot just got caught, that's it.
I think it's great. Just try to attack, get in the paint. Try to do the same thing I've been doing all season, finding guys, getting open shots, and that's about it.
Just want to know what you guys have seen different out of Andre Robertson in the playoffs, because he really seems to have elevated his level of play.
He's just playing within himself. He's playing his role. I think we trust him. Like Russell said, we trust him. And he's just confident. He's confident when he's shooting the basketball, confident in playing, making plays. And defensively, he's always been that type of player. So we're going to need him to continue to play that way. And, his whole thing is just wanting to, do whatever he can for the team. And I think that's rubbing off on everybody.
Kevin, Tony Sellers, Associated Press. People look at the 10 out of 15 shooting, 33 points, 12 rebounds, but the one turnover was the big change from the last game.
It was. It was.
What made it? What did you focus on just to keep that from being a problem?
Just my teammates did a great job of just, like I said, driving the basketball, taking the pressure off of me, letting me handle the ball as much, and, just taking the pressure off of me, and I was just trying to make the correct passes and the simple passes. And, I just tried to take care of the ball as well when I was dribbling, because that's why I got a lot of my turnovers with, guys stripping the ball and, me playing in crowds. So I just try to be conscious of it all, and, I was able to only have one of them. I shouldn't have had that one, but I'll take just one, opposed to 8. So, yeah.
Travis Singleton again. Can you just talk about the playing in front of the crowd, the intensity that they had, and kind of feeding off of their energy to actually, come out and perform like that?
It's great. Like I said before, I think we had the best fans in all sports just because they're so committed. And regardless of what's going on throughout the game, they always tend to be very, very loud, especially this time of year. And tonight was one of those nights where they were loud and excited to kind of see us play. And it was great to be back in front of our home fans.
Russ, you had the offensive rebound where you went up over 3 guys, grabbed it with one hand. I know athletically you probably can't explain that, but in the context of that 32-7 run, how important are those types of plays just to sustain that burst?
It's very important. Coach talked about 50-50 balls early in the game, before the game actually, and that's one thing that we slipped up on in game 2, and I think tonight we did a good job of getting loose balls and finding ways to get 50-50 basketballs and give ourselves extra possessions.
Yeah, Kevin. After game 2, a lot of talk about what do you do with them.
If you continue to deny my work, the world will deny my work. But men, your men, continue to die. Their families left in ruins. Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Have you had a lull in your interest in acting and had to revive it?
No, I had a brief period of probably about 4 years ago. And in retrospect, I realized I had hit a ceiling in my talent. I had a great run that I thought was fantastic, and I realized that I had done everything that I could do with the me that I had. And I didn't work for about 2 years. Marriage counseling, 50 parenting books, all of that type of stuff. And I just dived into me. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, and I found the connection between, like, your work can never really be better than you are. Your work can't be deeper than you are.
So what was the moment that brought you out of it and changed?
I've always been really product-oriented. You know, it's like, I want to win. When I do something, I want to win. I want it to be #1, and I want to smash it. And I had a period, I have a daughter now. I have a 15-year-old daughter, and she got me and shifted my focus from product to people. It took a couple of years, but as soon as I got knocked off of product and started shifting to people, the whole world opened up for me again, and acting opened up in a whole new way, to not go into day one of a movie trying to figure out what everybody has to do so we win. It just opened up a whole new world for me, and I fell in love, and then I couldn't imagine what else I could do in acting that could add so much to my life other than acting.
Stay tuned for more surprises from the leading men in Hollywood.
Attention, catheter patients on Medicare. I use catheters, and if you do too, please listen carefully to this life-changing breakthrough. There's a new catheter that's nearly painless, and you can get a free sample by calling this number now.
Pain and urinary tract infections have been avoided by many of my patients. These new disposable catheters are nearly painless. It's an incredible new design that may reduce pain. The eyelets are polished, so they glide smoothly and effortlessly across your skin. The old catheters would scrape and cut, causing pain and infections.
These new catheters are totally different, so smooth and nearly painless. They changed my life.
Call now and get a free sample. Medicare and your insurance will pay for up to 200 of these catheters per month, all at little or no cost to you. Medical Direct Club handles all the paperwork with your doctor.
Call now at 800-269-4941. That's 800-269-4941.
Like what you're watching? Make Sundance TV a favorite on your remote. More great movies, more original series, one less thing to remember. Add Sundance TV to your favorites now, or learn how at sundance.tv/favorites.
Hey, honey. You remember to lock the Buick, right?
Of course I do. I'd never forget that.
The Buick Remote Link app, now available in every Buick.
You closed all the apartment windows, too.
Come on. Really?
You're the best.
During the Buick Memorial Day sales event, pay no interest for 5 years, plus get $2,250 purchase bonus cash on the 2016 Buick Encore.
The Zone is a safe haven for murderers and violent criminals.
We need to send a clear message that kind of behavior won't be tolerated.
We do not share the same DNA. We don't know exactly what they are.
You shouldn't be outside the zone.
Subhuman sighting?
Subhuman, for sure.
Your people have 50,000 years of research. I need your help to unlock that knowledge.
I want the Zone cleared.
Clever Man, new series, premieres Wednesday, June 1st at 10 on Sundance TV.
Welcome back to Close Up with The Hollywood Reporter. We're with the actors behind the most applauded performances of the year.
Benicio, did you have conversations with the director of Sicario about the violence that they were going to show?
Well, yeah, no. I knew that Denis was very elegant with his violence in a very elegant way. But you know, the thing of the matter is, like, whether you play a character that you agree with or not, do you understand the character?
Absolutely.
So I understand that character, the character in Sicario. I understand it. Do I agree with him? At the end of the day, no. And that's part of acting. I need to understand the character. I don't need to agree with him. And if you are in a good team with a good director and and actors that you respect, then I will highly consider that film. Get out of the car. Jesus.
Overpay. The number 2 bottles.
Compas, compas. Suelte la pistola. Tírela. Pregunta, paisanos. ¿Quieren morir?
How did you go about understanding that character?
Well, first of all, I understand the frustration of the frustration of what happened to his family. His family was killed, and so I understand that anger. I understand that this man, being Mexican, would go and join a semi-covert American group that will invade his own country. Also because that anger that he feels resonates around his country. It's many other people have fallen victim like him to this drug problem in Mexico. So I would understand him going to the United States and then coming back with a group of Americans and breaking every law in Mexico. I would understand him being part of that. It's happened in history.
Do you talk to people who've gone through that to prepare?
Yeah.
Joel, who did you talk to for Black Mass?
Well, I had a bit of a problem with, whether I could have access to John Connolly or not. John's in federal prison for 40 years for crimes that you could argue in the smorgasbord of, like, madmen that were operating at that time. John Martirano, the hitman, killed 20 people, admitted to it in court, and was having a drink at the bar behind my house one night, and John's still wearing orange overalls for forging some papers and, and for being involved with what would be second-degree murder. But whether I had access to him or not, I don't know, but to go and visit a guy in prison and then say, hey, I know you have one version of events, but I'm actually going to go over here and make a movie and say that you're a bad guy, feels like a dishonest
But did you have
thing to
contact
do.
with him?
No, not at all.
Did you try?
No, because of that very reason that he's very vocal. He was very vocal about his opinion of those events, that he was sanctioned under the FBI, that he was scapegoated, and the movie was saying something completely different. So I talked to a lot of his colleagues, and I had tons of footage of him, and I just felt like it was a wrong idea for me to go and, milk him and then say, all right, you stay here in prison, I'm going to go over here and be, on a movie set.
John, do you know what I do to rats? It ain't ratting, Jimmy. It's an alliance. An alliance between me and the FBI. No, between you and me. I can help you, Jimmy, and you can help me. I'm not trying to clean up Southie. I love this place. I'm interested in the North End. I'm interested in the mafia, and I bet you are too.
Did you spend time with the journalists that you play?
Yeah, I did. I spent a lot of time with him, actually. And it was, because of the nature of the story, because it's a journalism story, and because we're talking about real people's lives, and the stakes are very high. There's victims, and you have to get that story right, otherwise it's just going to be picked apart like a hunk of bread in a koi pond, It's just going to be eaten alive.
Great metaphor.
Thanks. and that's how I feel about being a father.
Yeah, I felt like that before.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
What surprised you about the world of journalism?
I mean, what I was impressed by was how dedicated these people are, and how much of their lives it actually consumes. Specifically, Mike Resendiz, because he'd get on the side of a story. I mean, you're going after priests who are raping kids, So like that can really get you passionate, But to always just go for the truth and not make these leaps, and to not let your passion overcome your reason or your sensibility. That's journalistic integrity and a discipline that was awesome to watch in action. Because I also watched him work a story too. And what he always did is he always left space for someone, even if they're a bad guy, to do the right thing.
That's the only thing that will put an end to this. Then let's take it up to Ben. Let him decide. We'll take it to Ben when I say it's time. It's time, Robbie. It's time. They knew, and they let it happen. 2 kids. Okay? It could have been you. It could have been me. It could have been any of us. We gotta nail these scumbags. We gotta show people that nobody can get away with this. Not a priest or a cardinal or a freaking pope.
More with the industry's most captivating talent when we come back.
When I'm brewing up an idea, I think about where I've been. I consider the flavors, and then I bring them together to create something new. Blue Moon, artfully brewed with Valencia orange peel and a touch of coriander. Something's brewing.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Seal Liquid. The super thick rubber that you can pour right into cracks to stop water dead in its tracks. You can brush or roll for a watertight seal. Even dip all your tools for a tough no-slip grip. Flex Seal starts out as a thick liquid and turns into a flexible rubber that creates a super strong waterproof barrier. We even sealed this fish pond. Now you can handle any project with Flex Seal Liquid. We made this entire airboat out of screen and covered it in Flex Seal Liquid. After a day on the water, the inside is completely dry. Yahoo! Imagine what you could do with Flex Seal Liquid. Get Flex Seal Liquid for $19.99. Plus, we'll include a handy can of Flex Seal and Flex Shot. You get it all for $19.99. Call now.
To order, call 1-800-490-4852. That's 1-800-490-4852, or go to flexsealliquid.com.
Are you 65 or older and suffer from back pain? If so, 1T1G has the solution for you.
The pain was unbearable.
Are you missing out on life because the pain is just too much?
I couldn't even play with my grandchildren.
Finally, there are products to relieve your back pain that are covered by many insurance plans, even Medicare. Introducing the Vertilock Back Brace, an advanced medical device designed to relieve pain and let you return to the activities you love.
I've tried other solutions, but nothing worked for me as well as my back brace.
These unique back braces are designed to provide relief for those who suffer from many conditions, such as lumbar sprain, disc herniation, osteoarthritis, and spinal stenosis. Finally, there's one simple solution to potentially ease your pain and help you become active again.
The pain was just gone.
The brace gave me mobility and my life back.
Our family of products is brought to you by 1T1G, where we work with you, your doctor, and your supplier as one team, sharing the one goal of getting you active again. Now it's your turn to get the back pain relief you deserve. So if you are 65 or older and suffer from back pain, have your Medicare card ready and call us now. We can check your eligibility with you right now over the phone and let you know if you can receive your very own back brace right to your doorstep at little or no out-of-pocket cost. We're standing by now to help you get back to enjoying the healthy and active lifestyle you deserve. Plus, act now and you'll receive BioFreeze Pain Reliever free with your shipment. This is your chance to finally get relief from your back pain. And if you are eligible, you may receive your own back brace at little or no out-of-pocket cost to you. This is a limited time offer, and caring operators are standing by now. The sooner you call, the sooner you may receive relief. You've got nothing to lose except your back pain.
Call 1-888-387-0210. That's 1-888-387-0210.
Every Thursday.
Down on the ground!
Every Friday.
Somebody call the police!
2 days of back-to-back Law and Order.
If you move funny, I'll blow your head off.
The Law and Order Marathon. Thursday and Friday starting at 3 on Sundance TV.
Welcome back to Close Up with The Hollywood Reporter. We're talking to the actors behind the year's most buzzed-about performances.
How much do you think prejudice has affected your career, many of you here, careers? Has it?
History will inform everything, really. I mean, if you read the history of the United States, you know there's a prejudice, and it's evolving, it's changing.
Oh, that's a great thing. It's evolving.
And yeah, that is a great thing.
You've gone from me to it.
That is a great thing. But you know, it's we could talk about it for a long time. But I think I've definitely felt, you know, one of the first things that they said to me when I came here was change your name.
And Michael did change his name.
I changed mine. Mine was Morris Micklewhite, which is an awkward name.
Maybe that's one of the biggest mistakes I've ever done, you know, not changing my name.
You got a great name.
Do you still feel that prejudice today?
And you do, to an extent. You do, to an extent. You know, I think that, like he says, is somewhere, like Will was saying, you know, this is a great country that allows for...
Well, it's the accent thing. Again, like me, I had a Cockney accent, so I couldn't play Shakespeare and all that. But when they see your name, they think you speak like a Mexican or a Spanish, you know. And so
which I do.
Has that affected you? You've been such a big star for so long. Have you felt prejudice in any way?
Well, prejudice, my wife and I were just having this conversation, and we were going to the dictionary for prejudice versus racism. There's a connotation in racism of superiority. I live with constant prejudice, but racism is actually rare. Right? For someone that actually thinks their race is superior to you, I don't want to work for them. I don't want to work at that company. And the times that I have come in contact with them, you get away from those people.
When you're faced with it too with social media, because back in the day when there wasn't such thing as Twitter, the commentators were just the media, and you weren't really coming up against public opinion on a constant basis. But, you know, like what happened recently with Michael B. Jordan in Fantastic Four, and that kind of like... People, you know, actively being racist, making those sort of comments about Star Wars and all sorts of on Twitter.
Can you as actors do anything to combat that, or do you feel that you're passive in that area?
When I'm choosing a movie, I understand the global power of being able to send imagery around the world. America is viewed the way that America is viewed globally. A large part is from the historical imagery that we've sent around the world through cinema.
Have you turned down roles because or movies because you felt they conveyed a message that you didn't believe in?
Yeah, it's been, you know, lots of things I've been offered that didn't really speak to me. I'm trying to think of one.
Weren't you offered Django?
Django Unchained?
Django. Oh, yeah, but you know, that was, but see, that was different. That was different. I was trying to avoid that.
That was the one I was trying to...
No, it wasn't. To me, it was more that I had said yes to Django, but it was more about the creative direction of the story. To me, it's as perfect a story as you could ever want. A guy that learns how to kill to retrieve his wife that has been taken, you know, as a slave. Like, to me, that's when I choose movies, I'm choosing the arc. I read the first 35 pages and I read the ending, right? And to me, that idea is perfect. And it was just that Quentin and I couldn't see. I wanted to make the greatest love story that African Americans had ever seen from American cinema.
They did that, or is Love Jones.
Right.
How do you say no to Quentin? Did you pick up the phone and call him?
No, you just have your people. No, I'm joking. No, but we talked. We met. We came. We talked. We sat for hours and hours and hours about it. I loved that. I wanted to make that movie so badly, but with that story, I felt the only way I could make that movie is it had to be a love story, not a vengeance story. For me, I just couldn't connect to violence being the answer. Love had to be the answer.
Would have balanced out that Wild Wild West scale.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Sam, in Quentin's movies, I mean, the N-word is everywhere. Does that ever give you pause and how the impact of that might be on the audience?
No.
No?
It's a movie, but, I mean, life is what life is, and, you know, in my world, it's a pretty common word.
What about the amount of violence? Has it bothered you?
No, man. I don't have issues with violence in movies. I mean, it's a movie. It's not life, you know, and I like those stories. I watch Hong Kong movies all the time. I spend a third of my life in Asian film, you know, just sitting around watching Asian films. I read violent novels. I read spy novels and mysteries and murders and horror stories. I've always liked that stuff. I grew up watching Westerns on television. You know, it used to bother me that when guys got shot on TV, they just grabbed their chest and fell down.
Yeah.
You know? Or if you're playing cowboys with your friends, you shoot them, they go, you missed. You know, I shoot people in movies, their chest explodes. I love that. I was really disappointed when I was sitting there watching Sicario. I wanted to see those kids' heads explode. I was like sitting there, it's like, okay, we killed all these people early in the movie. And then, I'm sorry, spoiler alert. When you're sitting there with this dude,
That's a
I don't want want to see blood on the wall. I want to see people. I want to see people falling over from the guillotine.
Back support. If you need it, you know it. Introducing CopperFit Back Pro, the ultimate compression garment for maximum lower back muscle support.
I played 20 years in the National Football League. No one took a beating like I did. As soon as I put on CopperFit, I could feel the support. Oh, yeah. This feels good.
Designed to provide everyday support, comfort, and relief for lower back muscles.
As soon as I put it on, I felt an immediate change. The support was amazing.
I'll put it on and almost instantly it just makes it go away. It's like magic.
I'm more mobile. I get to move around better.
I feel like I can just do whatever I want, whenever I want, as fast as I want.
Keeps all those muscles back there relaxed.
I've had more energy. My kids can't keep up with me now.
High-performance compression fabric infused with powerful odor-reducing copper.
Hey, I pushed this belt to the max, and it's performed at the highest level. I put it through everything but getting hit. Oh, no, you don't. And it passed the test. Oh, man, I still got it. It feels great, you know. I'm able to do all the things I've done before. Where was this when I was playing in the National Football League?
A slick, form-fit design for greater mobility creates a perfect fit for any size body.
I was a little skeptical, but once I put it on and wore it, then I saw the results.
When you can't do the things that you imagine, it starts to get frustrating and depressing, and now this has given me a new confidence.
Call 1-800-435-0361 or on the web at copperfitback.com. For only $19.99, you'll receive one lightweight back belt, form fit for your size and comfort. Order right now, and your shipping is free.
There's no reason to torture yourself. Put the product on, give it a try, you're going to feel better.
Look, if you want the power to stay active, then you want CopperFit.
Experience the relief of compression support. Feel the power of CopperFit Back. Call 1-800-435-0361.
Today is the day we take back what belongs to us.
It's a brave new world.
You ready? Don't I look ready? That's my girl.
They took 15 million in unset diamonds. Everything was done by the book.
We declare the ownership of Ireland.
We're being hunted like dogs. These creatures are not human.
I miss sex.
Have you thought about the internet?
Do you see yourself as having a temper? Sometimes.
Time for you to step up. I think I can cheer you up.
Welcome back to Close Up with The Hollywood Reporter. We're with the actors behind some of the most applauded performances of the year.
Have you turned down roles or movies because you felt they conveyed a message that you didn't believe in?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, when I first came to America, I did a picture called Gambit. Shirley MacLaine brought me here, and I was in I'll cut this very short. I was in Universal, and you have a bungalow there, and my bungalow was next to Alfred Hitchcock, and he comes from where I come from. My great-grandfather knew his father and all that. I got very friendly with Alfred Hitchcock, and then he offered me a part in a movie to play a sadistic woman killer, which was a real story in England. This man slaughtered 13 women and cut them up, and he wanted me to play it, and I refused
This is
it.
Frenzy, right?
Frenzy, that's it, Frenzy, and he never spoke to me again.
Huh. Wow.
Three meals a day? Fine. But can we squeeze an unofficial meal in there? We could call it Winner. Heck, we can call it Josephine. And we could eat hummus with roasted red peppers. So put out the Sabra and call everyone in the kitchen. Sabra, welcome to the unofficial meal.
This is the brand new synthetic.
We can't keep insisting that they are gadgets. We have made them more than that.
We've become inferior to the machine.
Step on it. So what happens now?
Humans. The entire first season starts Wednesday at 7 on Sundance TV.
All right, I want to open it up with a question for everybody. What would you like to have told yourself before you became an actor? Your today self, what would you like to have told yourself before you became an actor?
I would have to tell myself that this job didn't work the way that I thought it did, that it's not a normal job. I thought this was like every other job. You know, you start in the mailroom, and then you do something else, and you get higher and higher. So I thought, okay, I'm doing theater, and eventually somebody will see me, and I'll get a commercial. And then after that commercial, I'll do a soap opera. And then I'll do a regular TV show, and then I'll become a movie star. I thought that was the progression. I had no clue. And after 25 or so years, I finally figured it out, that it works a whole nother way. But I got used to it. But I, you know, fell in love with the theater, which was the really wonderful thing, that my love for audiences and performing in front of people live gave me a deal of satisfaction that I don't get when I do this. That's a very different thing.
You love theater too.
Yeah, that's where I started there too, in the little tiny 30-seat theaters here in Los Angeles, of all places.
Do you get stage fright?
I get nervous. My heart's pounding before I go out there, yeah. But it's more excitement, really, than fear, I think.
What about the rest of you? Do you get nervous, afraid, Benicio?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you get over it?
How do I get pumped up? You get over it by doing it over and over. You get over it by practicing, being prepared. I think you get over that fear. I think you get over that fear. Music helps me a little bit.
Yeah. In those little dressing rooms, like when you're starting, there's no toilet. And so the first thing you do is when you get nervous, you want to pee. So the first thing you learn to do as an actor is learn to pee in the sink.
It was tough for me because I have to poop. So you have to learn, some of us. I guess it's probably an American, British.
No, but I noticed the first time I went on stage, just before I went on, there was a bucket there.
Yeah.
And I said, what's that bucket for? So in case you want to throw up.
Yep.
And a couple of times I did. I threw up in the bucket. I was so nervous.
Do you still get nervous?
Oh, yeah.
What about you, Joel?
I don't get nervous on a movie set so much unless I'm putting pressure on myself or what's needed on that day or that scene. You know, those scenes where you start to put pressure on yourself, which is a shame. But theatre, I definitely get nervous. And it's mainly opening night or opening night in a new city or the first preview, those first few performances, and I get terrified. But it stops as soon as the play starts because you have so much to concentrate on. But that 5 or 10 minutes before stepping out on stage is like, I actually think I'm going to have a little bit of a heart attack or something.
Well, theatre.
Never done theater. What we did on Fresh Prince was a live audience on Fridays, right? So we bring there. It had that effect, but you could stop and go again. So it was a little different. But
do you get nervous or afraid?
I live in complete terror. Like everything for me about this business and about what I've been trying to build and what I've been trying to do with my life keeps me in terror. I am deeply motivated by fear.
So was it easy to do what you and Jeff did, or is it easy to do this?
It was far easier to do music, to be on stage with a hit record, because you know what you have, right? I know when I drop Summertime or when I drop Jiggy anywhere in the world, I have, it's like an ace of spades.
So you can do the Frankie Beverly. You can just say the first word.
Sing the first words and hold it out, and then, they sing
got
everything
it
else. Whereas with a movie, with a movie, it's like, you never know You can love it. You can have done what you think is the best work you've ever done, and you put it out on that Friday, and everybody hates it. And you've taken a year, and people hate it. And they don't just dislike it, you know, and then they want to be really creative with how they let you know they hate it.
But like 10 years ago, they just hated it and they didn't go.
Yeah.
Now they're sitting in the theater going, this piece of
You gotta go see
No, don't come. I know you're on your way, but don't at the mall. Don't come to the theater.
What's been your biggest disappointment?
It's funny because there's been disappointments, but every time I was disappointed, I came back with a newer, fresher attitude. But the first time where it didn't work the way that I wanted was Wild Wild West. You know, and I was coming off of Men in Black with Barry Sonnenfeld and everything. It's like, oh, we can't lose, you know. I was like, oh, tragedy.
It's because you didn't use Cool Mo D.
Right. Exactly.
I want to go back to, I'm surprised you say you live in fear. How do you deal with that? Do you turn to somebody for advice? Do you meditate? How do you get over that?
You know, I'm trying to develop a more realistic perspective of what this business is. You know, for me, I told my mother this the other day, and she thought it was hilarious. I said, when I was 15 years old, my first girlfriend cheated on me.
Oh.
And I remember making a decision that nobody would ever cheat on me again, and the way I was going to do that is by being the biggest actor on earth.
Huh.
Right? So there's been this weird psychology that I've always felt like if my movies are #1, my life is going to work out great.
Huh.
You know, and like so
you shared that.
The bladder control aisle. You won't shop here again. Your private business is your own. The constant struggle is over. Now there's a better way. It's HDIS. We home deliver bladder control products. We understand how you feel. For over 25 years, we've home delivered to many of the 20 million Americans who deal with incontinence. We offer all brands. We pay shipping and use plain, unmarked boxes. If we can help you or someone you care for, call for your free product sample pack and $45 in money-saving coupons. Our counselors will help you choose the right product. And unlike stores, we're always in stock. You'll get what you need. Satisfaction guaranteed. HDIS, the better way.
For your free sample pack with your free catalog, $45 in money-saving coupons, and free product samples, call 1-800-469-0265. That's 1-800-469-0265.
You want a great-looking lawn, but have dry spots, dog spots, high traffic areas, and shade. Not anymore. Introducing the revolutionary Hydro Mousse Liquid Lawn with spray and stay technology. The grass grows where you spray it. If you can water your lawn, you can hydro seed. Simply attach to any garden hose and turn the dial to seed. The Green Mousse formula contains an eco-friendly sticking solution that attaches the seed to the soil and a conditioner to loosen hard dirt, allowing it to absorb water, resulting in a terrific-looking lawn. It's perfect for dog spots, high traffic areas, large areas, and shade. Get the complete Hydro Mousse kit for only $19.95. That's enough to do 100 spots or 50 square feet. But call now and we'll double the coverage. That's an incredible 200 spots or 100 square feet. And don't forget to ask the operator for large lot discounts. So don't put up with this when you can have this.
Call 1-800-574-4940 or go to hydromousse.com.
Are you 65 or older and suffer from knee pain? If so, 1T1G has the solution for you.
With every step, my knee burned with pain.
Are you missing out on life because the knee pain hurts too much?
Just walking up steps was a challenge. The pain was unbearable.
Finally, there are products to relieve your knee pain that are covered by many insurance plans, even Medicare. Introducing the VertiLock Dynamic Knee Brace, an advanced medical device designed to relieve knee pain and let you return to the activities you love.
I've tried a variety of different products, but this is the only one that helped take the pain away.
The Vertilock Dynamic Knee was designed to provide relief for those who suffer from many conditions, such as osteoarthritis, medial and lateral ligament issues, mild fractures, and rheumatoid arthritis. Finally, there's an easy way to reduce your knee pain and get back to doing all the things you love.
The pain was just gone.
The brace gave me mobility and my life back.
Our family of products is brought to you by 1T1G, where we work with you, your doctor, and your supplier as one team, sharing the one goal of getting you active again. Now it's your turn to get the knee pain relief you deserve. So if you are 65 or older and suffer from knee pain, have your Medicare card ready and call us now. We can check your eligibility with you right now over the phone and let you know if you could receive your very own knee brace right to your doorstep at little or no out-of-pocket cost. We're standing by right now to help you get back to enjoying the healthy and active lifestyle you deserve.
Plus, act now and you'll receive BioFreeze Pain Reliever free with your shipment.
This is your chance to finally get relief from your knee pain. And if you're eligible, you may receive your own knee brace at little or no out-of-pocket cost to you. This is a limited time offer, and caring operators are standing by now. The sooner you call, the sooner you may receive relief. You've got nothing to lose except your knee pain.
Call 1-888-387-0191. That's 1-888-387-0191.
It seems that we do have a last-minute cancellation. Hello?
I shouldn't even bother changing the sheets, but old habits die hard.
Tonight, Platoon at 6:30, followed by U.S. Marshals at 9.
Welcome back to Close Up with The Hollywood Reporter. We're talking with the actors behind the year's most buzzed about performances. What work would you have done if you had not become actors?
Well, I should have been a fish market porter because for 300 years, that's what my family had been. You know, and my mother was a cleaner. You know, that woman you see in a hotel comes in after you go out. And so I had no great ambitions. I had a very good education for my class. I went to grammar school and matriculated and all that, and I was quite smart and that sort of thing. I became an actor, an amateur actor, because I noticed, I was in a youth club, and I noticed all the pretty girls were in the drama class. So I thought, I was about 12, I thought I'd join that, and I'll get to kiss some of them. And that's why I became an actor.
Did you get to kiss them?
First base. First base.
What about you, Benicio? What would you have done?
Well, I don't know. It's, you know, one thing I was doing right before I turned to acting was painting. But
painting?
Painting, yeah.
What, real painting or walls?
Oh, no. I did some of that, too. I did some painting on canvas, imagery, you know. And, but I was more of, I wasn't that good. If you like mud, I was your man.
Oh, I see.
But you know, I think I would have, like, try hard to be good.
What about you, Joe?
I was almost going to go off to art school. I mean, I would have been some kind of, I don't know if I would have made a great artist. I still paint, and I do it as a personal thing. I was really interested in doing that or becoming an actor. The thing with me was my father had started very much working class when I was growing up, like very, very, you know, I came from a very poor family. By the time I graduated high school, they were quite well off. He had become a lawyer. He had been on his way to become a sheep farmer, and some guy said, oh, we're going to go and enroll in law, and he just did that on a whim. So by the time I finished high school, he was quite wealthy. And I felt this debt to him to make out like I was going to do something responsible with my life, like something that would guarantee that I'd have an income. And I was terrified to tell him that what I really want to do was either paint pictures or become an actor. And he found out And he dragged me out of this, not dragged me out of a room, but he took me aside one night and he said, look, I know what you want to do and I think you should follow your dreams, and then money and all that other stuff, it comes as a byproduct. And what I found out really is that deep down he had wanted to be an actor.
Oh, wow.
And very much, I think the reason why I'm interested in storytelling is because as a kid growing up, he made the most fantastic speeches and he told the most wonderful jokes and the most wonderful stories, and he knew how to tell those stories and capture people's imagination, but he never had that opportunity himself because he felt this debt of responsibility to create a good life for my brother and I. So I think in general, I would have told stories somehow. And actor, we're like one part of the watch, you know, but as a director, I feel like the watchmaker, and that felt pretty cool. I'd like to do that again.
What did you learn about acting from the experience of directing?
You wrote it too.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized how great a problem solver an actor is. And when you get two great actors together, how great a team of problem solving those two actors are. So when I would come to work, I thought I had to do all the homework and have all the answers, which you do. You want to have an answer for everything. But to actually hand the floor over to two actors who you've hired who are incredibly smart, and in my case I'm talking about Jason Bateman and Rebecca Hall, and find out what solution they have first before I tell them what I think. Wow. Because then you steal a really good idea.
Mark, what do you think you might have done if you weren't an actor?
I don't know. I was well on my way to being a bartender.
A mixologist?
A mixologist, yes. That's right. I'll tell you, I don't know if you know this, but me and Benicio started acting school together.
No.
And I watched him, and I saw him, and you could see the talent was Stella Adler.
Stella Adler, yes.
Here in Los Angeles. Yes.
Wow.
And I could see the talent flying off of him, and I said to myself, I'll never be able to do that. I'll never be able to do what that guy can do.
Good, brother. Let me tell you one thing. One thing I remember about him is that I came from San Diego, I quit college and got this to go to Stella Adler.
Me too, by the way.
One day, I asked him, what are you doing tonight? And he goes, I got to go home. And I said, oh, why don't you come out? He goes, well, I got to go to San Diego. And I go like, but you said you got to go home. And he was traveling 2 hours every day back and forth to go to school. Wow. And I knew right away. I went like, this kid is strong, you know. And I always knew you were like really someone that I just looked up to.
And you were someone I looked up. You know that.
You know,
we can all leave if you want. Definitely.